what they are using now. So vele nje ubhekise phasi le nto ukubeke lapha nawuvula ujuda lapha kuvele kuphume. Ungabi lokhu sisolomile ugadze ukuthi kutawuphuma lamafutha ayofika le phasi. Isikhathi siyahamba la. Kufuna uhambe emsebenzini. So and others like swinging doors in hospitals. You know, we're used to those doors that you just have to open yourself. But then now you've got a door that swings 180. So in cases of emergencies, you know, you just push it with the lenangzana. Now mhlambe sekulethwa umuntu phela sekumadini. Pushe ngale nangzana. Vuleke lo mnyango. Bodokotela bangabe batsinza lapha ngoba phela they don't have to touch, you know, the knobs and everything. So that's what we're talking about. But you can get these things online and see how you incorporate them into your product design. But one thing that I will say is what has made us to excel, I think I mentioned it yesterday, there is a lot of product development, you know, that our traders are undertaking other than the quality of the product, because that can also count, like our sugar, like our citrus, you know, like orange, we are leverage now with I limnans. But coming to other products like handicraft, there you need to do a lot of designing to make it appeal. Tassel deans and you'll hlanganise pume a handbag that is going to sell for 10,000 in New York. Yakuang mage la condos. Tata jel deansi bamchelela bakagone rural ukuthi okay, the people they don't want the product ukuthi mhlambe le deansi lakho bese kuyaphuma phuma lapha sekukhaya abantu and all of that. Make sure that it's nice, and then they do the coloring and everything. Pume handbag that will sell for 10,000, and that's what they sell for in New York. That's where they are trending. So it talks to the design of the product. Now that's a simple product like the raw material, lojani, your beans, and sell it for that amount. It means your design, your development is really up there. You are able to understand what the customer is looking for and all of that. There are many other products that we make that are really trending, you know, globally, including our candles. You are taking wax from South Africa. You make different animals, you know. I saw when I was in Dubai, those products were selling. They were selling, they will come and be like, okay, what is this? Or I tell them that, yeah, it's a candle, but made in form of an elephant. So you can light it, you know. I just got some, what do we say? Yanugelela, sand, scented. So it's a simple process. Get the wax from South Africa, then make it, and then change it a bit, or collect bottles from all over, glasses, take them up there. Perhaps what you need then is investment on that machinery to actually do the lokushisa lama bodlela and all of that, what they do at Ngonya class, and to make that, it's a skill, and also you need the equipment. They were trending. But what is very important is the level of the changes in the design every year. They keep on changing to try and match what the markets are looking for. Those products were flying without even saying much. The person will come in and say, I want that. And you will say, but it's going to cost you 1,000, just that. And they say, no, 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 bring it. I want it, I take it. So it speaks to this one. Can we go to the next one? So we have talked about designing for exports. I think I've emphasized on this one in my previous slide. Yeah, that you need good design. No, just go back. There's something that I want to mention, Mr. Masalera. Yeah, I think to say that the taste will vary from country to country. You know, I think uvetile make khathams itolo ukuthi wakwathatha kepha yini make ngamajezi washona eMozambique wakhohlwa ukuthi oversized. I think waqabakela ukuthi hayi ngidakani bani balena ingumbi yabo anyway. They are not the size that she thought they are. So wabuya nayo usikwathenga two, only two. Now wathenga abantu base German because they know sometimes they have winter. Angithi. So making sure that you designing for the export market. Frenchmen have longer arms than Germans. It speaks to the design. So you're going to sell to Germany, you are taking what you're selling here, you take it there, you will have a shock of your life. I'm telling you. So you need to fully understand that you understand that aspect. And also just to emphasize also on the mode of transport needs to be factored into the product and all of that. How is it going to be shipped? For the same event in Dubai, I went to collect the candles that I was talking about. You remember we invited everyone to say, bring your products. Many people that are here, they did submit Bomage Katamzi, you know, Melanie Leather, they are there, and some that are doing handicraft. They did submit, we took their products. It was a transparent process, so I don't have a problem talking about it. But let's went to Swazi Candles to collect. I'm planning to put them into the container, go by sea. Just when they were about to take them, then I asked a question, but the temperatures are 45. Isn't it going to melt? Then this guy tells me, of course they will melt. What do you think? In mind. Because you put it there, it's going to melt. 45 degrees, 45 to 50 when you reach UAE. So when they move it from the container up to the warehouse, it's going to be hot. That place is very, very hot. The same applied to beverages. I think I can mention names, colleagues. I hope it's maybe not something that's wrong for the traders, but we do a lot of still water. And the thinking was that, you know, because the place is hot, the one that is popular in the supermarkets. The thinking was that we're going to give them. And these guys, they brought a truck full of that water. So then now we ask the temperatures, and then they tell us that no, it can only go as far as 35 degrees. 45, then la mandi ayonakala. But they explained to me the whole process, so I understood. So I'm saying, look at this thing, design for export, understand where it's going to go and all of that. Otherwise, if you don't, you'll have a shock of your life. So do the research. Eswatini Sanje will guide you on this one because they also had the lab test. They had done the lab test to say that this water can only go up to 35. After that, 40 36, then it loses its taste. Sengemandi nje ungahamba now, but it's no longer the quality that we are used to. You'll also now get in any of the supermarkets, and then you just feel it. Yeah. So I think those were my two slides. I'm not gonna go into pricing because we're gonna do that when we do the Incoterms and everything. Look into it there. So I think now I'm going to allow my other colleagues to do the other presentation on packaging, I think, and product differentiation, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Baba Mnisi. If you do have questions, please, Kelaniwa Balepasi will make time to take your questions. And may I also apologize, I took it lightly, Butsi, besikanye kanye sonke, siyatana. I'm Nombuso Keza, business analyst ka Eswatini Investment Promotion Authority. At this time, in Kela Wetfula, our next facilitator, Babe Bonganjangase. He is my head of department, the executive manager, trade promotion, Eswatini Investment Promotion Authority. He is responsible for trade promotion in domestic and external markets. He creates linkages between businesses and consumers, facilitating the implementation of global trade agreements and providing market information to the business community. He is also responsible for the management of the IT department within IPA, and is also responsible for Mavuso Trade and Exhibition Center. He has over 20 years experience working with the public sector, holding managerial positions in parastatals such as Eswatini Water Services Corporation, Eswatini Electricity Company, Eswatini Revenue Authority, which is now Eswatini Revenue Services, and now is with IPA. May I please ask for your assistance in welcoming Babe.
Siyabonga program director. Mane wangi-introduce sangathi ngiguge kakhulu. Ngicela, I hope you guys don't mind. Ngicela kuyiphatha ngesandla. Ngihlushwa ngiloba ngumfundisi. Sanibonani, good morning everyone. As introduced ngibona wakanjangase. I'll make a brief presentation mainly on some of the issues. The 4 P's or 5 P's of marketing, which some of them are akhulunyisiwe, but njengidawuthi ukuthi fahla kancane, the purpose of which is to try to ukuthi sikwende kube applicable in terms of export promotion, export trade, ukuthi uma sifuna ukuthengisa le ngephandle sibuke ini nani nani. So I will cover the product itself, which Nis has already covered, a little bit of pricing. The place, we look at the promotion to cover nabo packaging as well. Let me start with the product, please. The next slide. Engqondweni yomuntu ye-consumer kuba nanasithombe nasi lesihlangahlangene. If ngiyabekisa you're doing handicraft, la ngqondweni yomuntu nje kunato tonke letinto te-handicraft kuyaphitsitela. Whatever it is, if you into vegetables or fresh fruits, kuhlangahlangene. So now it is very important to make sure that your product is identifiable, it's differentiable from any other product, and iyaphatheka. Even worse, if it's a service, banale challenge there. Then it comes to us talking about export trade. Now we're selling to, let's say we want to sell to Asia, for example. Le Asia, emaswati afuna kuthengisa khona, emashayina afuna kuthengisa khona, emarussia afuna kuthengisa khona, base South Africa bafuna kuthengisa khona, base Botswana bafuna kuthengisa khona, bonke abantu bafuna kuthengisa khona, whichever market. If you talk about AGOA, for example, everyone, AGOA is open to all African countries, well, those who qualify based on the requirements. But also the rest of the world is targeting the US markets as well. So let's kwale ma products from the consumer side or from the buyer side, it's real. So when you are making or producing your product, you need to give that product an X factor. How do we differentiate it? How is yours different from any other product? So that is very key. And as we end the product, that is why you've got companies. If I were to make an example of the motor industry, for example, you've got companies like Toyota. Toyota waka incumbeti moto, but what masafuna kutsengisa timoto takhe awutsengisela eMelika. Wathi no, angeke ngihambisele moto ezi Toyota. Angiyibite kugama layo ukuthi Lexus. So now there's Lexus, there's Toyota, but lo Lexus umumbe nayo Toyota kwehlukile, yet it is from the same company. You've got Kia, you've got what's this other one? Hyundai. Kia and Hyundai, those are from the same manufacturer, but it's different, distinct brands. You've got BMW and Mini Cooper. But they're from the same company. It's even worse. You've got Land Rovers, Land Rover, like engineer engineer BMW, but it's distinct. So this is just an example. I think recently what we've seen in Eswatini is Haval and GWM. That's one car, but they decided to call one Haval. By GWM and lo Haval utimele vele nje sithi yilo kuma Haval kufikile kanti ma GWM abesolo nje abesolo akho. So that is very sanjani nalamanye ema products, especially in the global market space. So ngicabanga ukuthi lokho it's important, and also try to give it an appeal. Attach my emotions or attach something that I think for the handicraft industry and for my brother who's doing the arts, painting, that is very easy to do it from that angle because we attach my emotions and what. And the person it's not just buying the product, but it's also buying the emotion them attached to it, the history attached to it. That's why in my paintings they normally have names. They call them, this painting is called what, called what. And you then get to buy not the painting, but you're buying the story behind the painting. So banana emotion. So when you're producing your product, please we must consider. Can we have the next slide? The issue of packaging on the next slide. I just want to highlight it. I think it has been said a number of times that make sure that you package accordingly. Oh, thank you, Balanisa. You package your items accordingly, and also in a manner you will see we'll look at the place, but for now I just want to speak on the packaging. I think yesterday we had an example where Emma products are not getting through to Middle East because they're not written in Arabic. No, ufuna ukuthi le packaging ibhalwe ngalese Arab. If you're selling your products to Asian markets, they'd want your products written in Mandarin. If you're selling to the US, the US is even worse with the Food and Drug Administration Act. Iyasho ukuthi nabe ile product yakho igudla kufuna usho ukuthi pH ngibani, carbohydrates anganani, in anganani on the packaging. You can't just say mahewulana from Eswatini bese awahambisa. Bakhona lapha kufuna lokhu specific because bayathi bona ukuthi imithetho yabo ithi la even lakithi kudla lokudliwako kufuna kube nema-calories langaka, kufuna kube nema-proteins langaka, kwaze kwaba ngetulu kwema-proteins akusalungi kunjani njani. That's where bese ngiko nje singakhoni ukwe-exporta timbita tethu thina la Eswatini ngoba imbita awukhoni ukuyikala ukuthi manje. So but if singafika esigabeni sesinale mbita siyakhona ukuyikala ukuthi okay lena vitamin C's mangaki ini mangaki, siyakhona ukupackager, siyakhona ukuhambisa. So packaging is very important. And also nale from plastic, because many restrictions are around the world are saying plastic are no longer acceptable. I think Ndangwane is our phalange complete plastic. So if you're going to do your packaging, you consider all that. So most of the packaging are saying because it's biodegradable, it's not harmful to the environment and so forth. So those are some of the issues. As you are doing your packaging, make sure that it's appealing, but also it's compliant to imithetho yakuleyo ndzawo lapho uyakhona. Okay, am I going back? Okay, help me, Mr. Masilela. Oh, okay. The next item that I need to highlight on, Guti, when you are exporting, consider the place lapho uthumela khona kuya kuphi le tinto. It is very important. Singakhiciti one item for the whole world. I think I've made an example with Toyota. When they wanted to sell Toyota in the US, they couldn't hit the target because Toyota yona be market ukuthi ikhulumisa efficiencies, most efficient car, reliable, not most Toyota vele. It's efficient in terms of fuel. Nanyalo nje samba ngato Toyota ethu Toyota iyabeketela noma seyikukile. Why start extending start and I'm saying Toyota because I'm driving one. Ayikuthi ngibukela phansi. Siyabeketela nje Toyota nje ilungele thina la Africa. But when it got to the US, yakhanza ukuthi Melika afuna Chevrolet. Investors meeting boom, petrol. So the market was different. They drive their own trucks. That's how Americans are. They like their things big. So Toyota ake something that so but my point is, when you are producing, the examples it's a very good example to say khicita emajezi ayakuphi letimpahla takho tiyakuphi kulungile khona lena. Is it good to send them to Mozambique or let's send them to Lesotho? Ungakhicita emavesti wamixe Lesotho kanti Lesotho beve emakhata siyakwazi lokhu all know angithi. So these are some of the aspects as we are considering export. We should consider ukuthi tiyakuphi le tinto uma tifika lena titawufika tibe acceptable. Also, another angle that needs to be considered when talking about the place, your place of operation, wena operatela kuphi. Itolo, it was very key that uhambe your operator a mall, front store operations in a busy mall vele nje ungenela. Today, you can sell millions from a garage without having to go to a mall. I'm not against the property industry and I'm not against the shopping malls, but I'm saying the reality is we are kikita, upakisha la garage gako, uvula website yako, noma ungena ku social media, uyathengisa, bayifaka imali, uyathumela kuyahamba. Wonke kusuka lapha egarage kakho awubhadali renti, awubhadali manjingelane lekumele agadzele esitolo nagesi na ini konke. There's a lot of expenses that you cut. The advantage also with a different approach from using a front store is that we'll still talking about place, is that operator from ekhaya, you normally don't have to keep the store sonke, because remember, your display is not physical. U display ngetithombe online angithi. Akudingakali ke ube nale store, but waba nesitolo sifuna ukungena la sitolo sithi kuphi lokho, awukude lokho, awukude lokho, but mangena ku-internet ngisuke ngiqamba ngathi ngikhona. Bese ke bathi umuthi ya order lena bathi delivery time bathi 2 to 3 weeks. 4 weeks lead time. Cha, lo 4 weeks basuke bayokuthi sisayokukhicita le nto siyide. Ngalesi sikhathi baze bathi pay deposit to confirm. Cha, bafuna ukuthatha le deposit yakho bothenga i-material yaloku ukukhicitela le nto. That's the difference. Whereas umuntu ovula le store, ufuna imali ekubhadala i-rent. Ufuna imali ekukhicita le tinto lethu, hambe uyoboleka ebhange yoyenda ini bo-cash flow nayo yonke lento le, it's a nightmare. Kanti laba bale mashayina nje lesi order online bathi deposit bese bathi 3 weeks or 4 weeks lead time. Wena ngicabanga ukuthi hayi ngilokhu sikuta ngemkhumbi vele kuthatha isikhathi nani, bathatha le deposit yakho basothenga i-material babuye bakukhicitele emva kwalokho bakuthumele ngale yakho imali abakake baya ebhange. So I'm saying this because we need to be wiser in business. Globalization seyasivumela nathi ukuthi we can use the same platform singabe sifuna ukuvula titolo. And remember, uma sithengisa simaswati asithengiseli iSwaziland, we're not talking about 1.2 million. Sikhuluma ngawo wonke lo mhlaba. So the issue yendzawo, your place where you are selling and your place of operation is very key, because it also defines the logistics arc, your shipping. I think most of it, if financing is if you're operating from ekhaya, noma garage gako or wherever, there's a lot of expenses that you're cutting off. Even the number of, I think at COVID, there was one distributor over Konamanzini, Abe store. And then masingnale lockdown ya COVID waqhubeka operator from Eswatini emoto ahamba deliver tin uthengisa i-gym equipment, lifestyle equipment angibeka kanjalo. Wathi mase kuthiwa kuyavulwa kuyabuya wathi angibuyeli ukubhadala i-rent mina ngahle nje la motweni yami. Lanza le tinto abuya stockela dini ngakhe aqhubeka athengise ku-social media, emva kwaloko alayishe ekuseni ahambe ukudilivela athathe imali yakhe without all other expenses. Can we then move on to the next one? Pricing. I think it will be covered later on, but also I just want to highlight some issues. Obviously we'll go in detail. Pricing ayingabi kwekuthi letinto malini emarket bese now that's sensa ngalokho, because most of some business bablawa ngilokho. See, our pricing la Africa, it cannot be the same as the pricing say Asia or wherever. Because if you are going to try to compete on pricing, all these other expenses, I think I've highlighted some of them. About rent, the employees, better loan 1 million because so pricing is very key. You calculate the cost of production and then you add in markup from it. Not some of my business are cost of production. So if you calculate the total, because then kuba efficiencies in your production process. Context la uluza 5 rand, lana uluza 5 rand, lana uluza 5 rand. Lolo munye labo 5 rand akaba lose, that's why it's cheap. Asasengibese nge-bottled water. Bottled water, what is very key in bottled water is the cost of lescotela. Now let's stick set. Le contain. Once what you listen the contain, or what you let on the contain, what you let on the stick sell, the profit. Remember, you're selling this for 5 ml. So the container to lay. If you look at there used to be products like online. Okay, I won't mention the name. There used to be my products. La bega le skotela sakhona le container khona beyitile le plastic le container uthi noma uyibamba nje ubona ukuthi uyalibhodlela leli kahle. And they would call themselves premium prices, premium products. Abedula vele, not because of dula la mandi, dula le contain. Kwaba khona ama products la wala sala umuntu uyazibamba le skotela njalo lesinto asibamba sithi poko. They are cutting down on lama production cost. So if wena utawuthi hayi manje bathengisa 5 emalangeni nami ngithengisa 5 emalangeni uhamba uyothenga ibhodlela lotalithenga nga2 emalangeni na3 emalangeni usengakabali ama logistics ekuwena uliqupha eJozi lo munye akaliqupha eJozi uyatakhela leli bhodlela. So those are some of the considerations, but I think we'll talk about it in detail. The cost of production is very key. The quality. When you are negotiating a deal, sometimes ufuna wale ku negotiator on the pricing. Negotiate on the pricing. Let me give you an example with Bomalum school pass. If ngingmalume school pass, ngithi kumntali provide a nice service, kulayisha umntwana ngo200 emalangeni. Athi ke lo mntali, hayi udule 200 emalangeni manje uthi 28. You don't negotiate on the price, you negotiate on the quality. Utathi lo mntali 1 umbana ngamlanza mne emnyango. Uma uya public transport kumele aphume ayele ngaphandle. Mina ngimbana ngamletha emnyango. Mabuya. Uma kunetiteleka ema riots. Umbana uyiresponsibility yami mina ngingimalume. Ndawaya esikolweni ngiyolanza abantwana ngibuye ngibabalekise ngibalethe ekhaya. Wamkhokha lana wamfaka public transport. Uteleka kwabona le public transport. Umbana ndawutibonela. If Lina you negotiate on the quality, on what you are presenting. Ungayi emalini. Ngoba emalini umuntu utakubalela athi ngingatakhe nawe ubathi nasoqabanga ukuthi hathi but vele 280 na 260 nje mncane lo mehluka ngimephulele gcina ufuna negotiate umsaji that naye athi mahamba evathi hathi hayi ngicabanga ukungetela nale mali ngithinge ngayo. Yabona? Because you have presented the quality for the art industry. I like my brother. Man was on board. Is he around today? Oh, it's you. Oh, okay. For the art industry, you sell the story behind the art. Oh, I'm 40,000. You sell the story behind the art. This art is inspired by King Shaka the Great. As he moved from KwaZulu-Natal, there's a place called Sotwana Caves here. They start telling you about how some people ran away from other and but they're telling the story. Now I go patala whoever going to say no. Tourism. So anyway, example should say refuse to negotiate the price, but negotiate the quality.
That's the
Quality,
quality.
the quality, not the price. Stick to the quality. This is what I'm giving you. This is what I'm giving you. This is pure leather. It's crocodile leather. Even though it's a crocodile, okay, this is Ngoni leather. These cows, they eat natural grass. It's not this GM food. But they never say, no, let's go so. But anyways, those are some of the issues around pricing. I think the last item that I'll speak to is promotion. Yes, promotion. Promotion again is very important. There's what is called traditional media and versus social media, which is the most common one. Traditional media is very, very expensive. That's if you still want to use print media, you want to use radio, you want to use TV, the rates are very high. But if you do same with social media, e-commerce, technology-based items, you find that you reach out to more people and it's targeted. That's based on social media. Social media, if you're advertising there, social media ufuna kusi advertise go bantu basembabane noma bakamanzini noma basestake bese uyakhetha yona hayi lena ngoba mina esitolo sami sisesteki ngifuna advertise kubantu basesteki. Kukubude kwekuthi ufuna bobani, ufuna insha, ufuna male or female, noma ufuna labadala, noma ufuna labanjani. Uthi wena hayi le product yami lena vele ngiyikhicitele bantu laba kanje. Uhamba ukhetha uthi ngifuna insha nakhona ma sneakers, maybe it's for a male, uyasho ukuthi ngifuna ama-males, bese kuba targeted kumemetela kulabantu laba. Go to traditional media yokhokha simemetelo emsakadweni usesteki botshela umuntu lo le espeak, batshela umuntu lo le enhlangano lo ngayoza afike nje nekufaka leso sitolo sakho, bakuchajile for that. You go to print media usesteki leyo nakumba oyidistributor emananga, bayidistribute eMthamo, bayidistribute lena le bantu abangayozi bafike, and you are paying for that. But when you're using social media and the more efficient ways, go straight to the target. Same thing. If we're talking about exports, you want to advertise Asia or in America or whatever, social media will allow you to UK, ufuna kuphi London or Edinburgh, noma Scotland, noma kuphi. You are able to select so such that whatever you are paying for, it went directly to the target market yako. So I think those are just some of the issues that I'd want to use in terms of promotion. E-commerce, it is the future. I've highlighted the advantages of using e-commerce in terms of titolo, nagogonge logo. It is the future. If you can take on e-commerce platforms, it will reach out to more people. I think with that, just checking if there's anything that I want to cover. No, I think I'll allow my colleagues Lalabanye as we continue with our presentations. We're good now, but they'll cover some of these things. Thank you very much.
Mic check. One, two.
Siyabonga mphathi. Ngiyathi sawuthanda ukuthi sisho njalo but thank you siyabonga ku Babenjangase for this presentation. Sesivile from product design and differentiating our products. We are sure we must present the quality, not the price. Asinake equality, leasing alethu sifunzile ngama standards also. Diyachubeka letinto diyathelelana as we are looking to reach the market. Nalokuthi whatever you pay, ifuna iye directly to your target market. Singabhadaleli into lesingeke sibenefite kuyo, so let us be more intentional. Ibuyela kule ndzaba ye strategic intent also concerning our export strategies and plans. Ngicela kulesikhathi kuthula our next presenter Lotasi Sita Nyalo sesibuka in terms of the export procedures. So atfolile nema manuals itolo, which I think utas advisor how to use them. Ngicela kwethula Babethami Dlamini, who is the portfolio manager at USAID Trade Hub. Babe Dlamini's role at USAID Trade Hub focuses on facilitating linkages between exporting firms, buyers, and capital providers, and supporting SMMEs through capacity building tools. With 20 years experience, working in private sector, international development entities, and the National Agricultural Marketing Board, that include entrepreneur development, access to finance, and supporting sustainable value chains, especially for farmers, Eswatini, and the region. He has facilitated production, certification, and export programs from Eswatini to the region and the EU through various outgrower and supply contract models. Ngicela simemukele Babe Dlamini.
Thank you, Program Director. Ngawucela nje singaqali. I hope you all got the manuals. Ngicela longayitholi, please just share with Lola Tenwako. We are demystify them. I was a bit conflicted because the presentation it's some of the people who are here were trained as trainers, so we are also hopeful that we will continue with the discussion and also supporting my exporters and potential exporters. So I'll just pick up on the areas that were not covered. Fortunately, almost all the speakers covered part of what is in the manual.
1, 2.
All agreed that Lama presentations, the Lendi are intertwined, and it's something that is important. With it. Some of us say the whole aspect of as I mentioned yesterday, your product is only a small component of the whole export management process. Number one is long. Expensive than the telling someone yesterday that one of my rude awakenings, Nasi, when I worked for Nambot and we started the whole export journey. So there was a facility that is up north with
1, 2.
They started exporting quite some time back. We went there. I was looking at the prices because there was something that we were doing for them in terms of the business model. So I looked at the prices and I was looking at a punnet of there's a small 1.2 kilogram box of baby vegetables. I think it was baby marrow, and Lange cuts, it was packaged in 200 grams because usually, as Mkazi was saying, in Europe, you never sell anything big. No one will buy it in Tingood. Everything, all packaging for Europe, you will see the differentiation. Firstly, because of family size. Secondly, because things are expensive. So whatever you buy, you want to eat. Good, and you like cabbage. And I would say get a cabbage out of Sense Europe. There's figures in a it doesn't work like that. You get a baby cabbage, it actually exceeds the price of the cabbage they could. I got particularly interested in this carton, 1.2 kilograms, and I looked at the price. I think it was around conversion was around 120 malangeni for this 1.2 kg. Of course, the first instinct was what Umguni mentioned yesterday. Hey, lapha bathenga nga 10 rand. Bayothengisa nga 120 le Europe. So alarm bells went. Unfortunately, I had a very patient person who was taking me through the process. But no, don't worry, you will understand as we go on. So we were doing the whole calculation. I hope we'll have time, a bit of time to see your pricing model as you go into export. We're doing the whole calculation, and he started off the packaging for a malangan, the box, and then I think it was 3 malangan and 50 cents for the plastics that are inside. The labels 50 cents. And then transport from the farm to the pack house, because that's how detailed you should be with your calculations. The transport from the farm to the pack house, one dilang and 20 per kilogram. So if you have 1.2 kg, you're at around 100, 1 dilang and 50. And then transportation, packaging, there you're calculating now. You have to pay down to say how much do you contribute? Does electricity contribute to that one? how much does your water bill come into that 1.2 kg? How many people handle your product? How many man days? And then you break that down. And then from there, you are taking it from your pack house, you are refrigerating it, of course, and then there's transport from Fox Reef to Chose to the airport. They were using AgriLink as their agent for export. So there is also another component. You have another 2.50 cents per unit inside that truck going to Jozi. You're getting there. There's costs, handling costs that is charged by your handling agent or your export agent, which of course they also need to make profit. That's how they are living off it. And then there's the papers. You are paying interfreight to help you to clear your commodities across the border. Otherwise, you'll be sitting there for 5 hours because you are not a freight clearing agent. They are sitting at, so the airport charges. Firstly, the airport will charge the handlers. There's a fee. There's an airport fee just for handling. And then the handlers will repackage because, as Nis was saying, the container that goes lengena lapendizeni yema vegetables is different from the you can't do that. It's a container, it's sealed, yeah, and then they hold it together. There's a cost for that container. And then there's airport tax again for the plane. And then there's a charge. You're flying, there's an amount that you're paying for flying, which is actually the largest amount in your whole matrix. By the time we finished and by the time this thing has landed in Tesco in London, I discovered that 78 malangeni was the cost for that shipping. Malini product 10 malangeni angit. Balake wena 78 malangeni. Along the way, busete lengibale profit yakhe. And generally, I can tell you today, if you look at a model you stole from our retail, a model you stole, if they have a cabbage, if they take your cabbage, the minimum that they are going to take as profit is 70% from your commodity. Now, but they will give you the breakdown of where that 70% goes. So that's why it's important for us to understand the pricing. And I'll tell you why. I think someone asked about price dispute. In London. And the reason for that, the biggest reason for that price dispute, except Nangabe the biggest reason for that price dispute is at face value. I'll pay you $5 or £5 for your commodity. Then very it's £5. 89 rand. Kanang sa lapang sa mkwatweni. Ntola 7 rand. So the conversion to you is I'm making a huge profit. Ganzi, there are factors that you need to consider and understand clearly. I think that's where the concentration of my presentation will be on understanding how we do the shipping process, and as we understand the whole shipping process, then you will understand the pricing. And that's mainly what the toolkit is about. It doesn't speak about how you produce your commodity, because most of you sitting here are experts and you are masters at how to produce your commodity. But the issue is how to sell your products in the export market. So let's concentrate. And fortunately, I think a lot of what I was going to cover about the export market itself has already been covered. So I will concentrate on what has not been covered. Can we go, Masude? Okay, let's go. Okay. This is just general information and it's outdated. I think NISI provided much more recent information. But again, as has been mentioned, and this, which is why one of the reasons the USA Trade Hub concentrates on to enter and make their space in the South African market. It's because the market is there, number one. Number two, it's cheaper to send your commodity to South Africa. If you're selling to a client, if anything goes wrong, you can quickly take a shuttle, take a kumbi, or drive across and go and rectify the
If you own a business,
But imagine you have now sent the same commodity and you have the same problem and it's sitting in Zurich in Switzerland. Wenda njani? Nabathi nje makhathoni akho atsabukile, apudlukile. Your product is okay, kude lokonakele, but your packaging is broken and they can't move the commodities from the shipping yard to the shop without that packaging. We will also speak to that. The way I'll structure my presentation, we have videos that we prepared with some of you and some partners in the region. So they are, I think there are three. There are three videos. So we'll play the videos. They're very short videos. And then I'll fill in the gaps within the videos, but I'll concentrate a lot on the last video. Presented. Okay, angathi ngeva kuma technicians lapha labasendela amavideo. Leli ngakucishe. Leli ngakucishe beshuta. Yeah, I think she means this. Stop checkela. Ayivumi. Bengingachubeka, but the videos make it much easier. They cover quite a
populous country by far is South.
Yeah, but looking at my Wi-Fi down. I can check on it. Yeah. Things I'm missing in my database is in your cherish. Martin. Martin. Martin, you say break it and this way we do it. Say break. Say break. And then miss we yeah, bon. No, we can miss.
Apologies.
In Southern
for
Africa,
that.
the most populous country by far is South Africa.
Okay. While they are working on it, may we please take our tea break? It'll be about 20 minutes. I'm just not aware what time it is now. Okay, 20 past 10, please let us come back so that they will try and sort this out. Thank you.
In Southern Africa, the most populous country by far is South Africa. This may benefit you if you own a business in Angola,
Checking mic. Checking mic. Checking mic. Checking mic. Mic check. 1, 2.
duties. This lowers trade costs and increases the competitiveness of your products compared to non-member countries. Beyond the potential to grow your own business, cross-border trade also contributes to economic development and ultimately helps to alleviate poverty in the region.
Exporting to South Africa, it's been very, very positive. For us as a small country to export there, it's huge.
They are the biggest consumers within our region.
By exporting to South Africa, being our closest trading partner has really helped us grow the company. We would not have been able to do as well as we have done. South Africa was the only market really for our product.
The more produce we sell and the more markets the US trade hub exposes us to, the more people we can actually develop.
The kind of commodities you might export to South Africa range from metals, minerals, and machinery, meat and meat products, fish, medicinal plants, and natural products, nuts, seeds, and beans, moringa, honey, fruits, soya products, sauces, tea and coffee, textiles and clothing, personal protective equipment, handicrafts, and accessories. It is important to note that some products have specific requirements regarding applicable taxes, certifications, permits, inspections, packaging, and grading. Additionally, your business needs to understand the processes, procedures, and implications involved. Is there a market for your product? Does your business have the skills and resources to export? What are the requirements and risks? What documents and certifications are needed? These considerations all need to be addressed and prepared for as early as possible to reduce costly mistakes and delays. The USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub has developed a regional cross-border trade toolkit specifically to answer your questions and to help you get export ready. This video series summarizes some relevant aspects of the toolkit, and we're here to help you. Find out more about exporting to South Africa in the toolkit or by contacting the USAID Southern Africa Trade. The process of exporting from Southern African countries to South Africa begins long before the physical movement of goods. The first thing you need to do is to assess how ready you are to export. In terms of your business, you should consider aspects like: are you committed to building an export business and adapting your operations? Do you have the management skills and technical expertise in your business to undertake research and development and to execute all the administrative process? Do you have the financial resources required to fund expansion into the international markets and the capacity required to produce and manufacture goods to meet demand? In terms of your products, you need to assess if there's a demand for them in South Africa. What is the competition within the market? Will it be easy to find buyers? Are your products and packaging adaptable for the South African market if necessary?
A lot of research was done before venturing into South Africa. In every single business, you have competitors. We did research and found that there is a space for our products in South Africa.
So we did our research and identify that there is a niche of baby vegetable production. So that is where we see the niche that we need to cover here so that we are able to compete in South Africa.
Remember that you don't need to tick all the boxes to start exporting. Begin the process by registering as an exporter with the relevant local authorities, such as the Chamber of Commerce or Department of Trade. Some products require registrations with other government departments, like the Ministry of Agriculture, and you will need a certificate of origin fit from the exemption of customs duties. In the Southern African Development Community, at this point, it is advisable to speak to a freight forwarding agent who will process customs clearance at the border. The agent will be able to discuss transport costs which you'll need for the next stage of the process, quoting. When a potential buyer in South Africa requests a quote, you may need to include costs like transport and insurance in addition to the product costs, depending on the agreement. These costs, along with other important details, are usually supplied on a pro forma invoice. Once the buyer accepts the quote, you will then need to establish a contract with the terms and conditions of the sale, covering payment method, delivery, and insurance. To learn about this in more detail, watch our video titled Contracts and Agreements. When the conditions have been accepted by the buyer, you may start processing the order. This includes packaging your products and getting them ready for transport, as well as working with your freight forwarder to arrange transport and customs clearance. As much as this stage is about physically shipping products, a priority should be completing the relevant documents correctly and comprehensively. These documents, which include invoices, packing lists, transportation documents, and certificates of origin, are discussed in more detail in the Cross-Border Trade Toolkit, which also covers other aspects of exporting to South Africa.
The cross-border toolkit, we've used it. We're checking and cross-checking what do we have, where can we improve, what are the conditions, what are the certification that we need to meet. So we're gradually improving ourselves so that we're able to do some cross-border export.
Using the US Trade and Investment Hub covers a lot of these requirements, and they actually guide you and walk you through contracts.
The export process may seem detailed and daunting, but you don't necessarily need to be a large-scale business to export. If you're ready and willing, help is available. For information or guidance, contact the USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub.
Thank you. We have 2 more videos, but I just wanted to go through my presentation on this one. And then we will stop and then take the last 2 videos. I think you have noted, Gutsi, most of the things that are spoken, are highlighted here, have already been covered by Mr. Mnisi, Mr. Njangase, and yesterday by the director from SWASA. So it is yesterday. Let's have a look at a few things that were highlighted there. The first one is assessing export readiness. Okay, does anyone have a question before I go too far? I can take 1 or 2 questions just based on what we have covered. Mr. Makongo?
Thank you, Mr. Dlamini. I'm just quite concerned, Mr. Dlamini, when getting to send your goods to South Africa. I remember some days ago, I used to have a truck, 5-ton truck. I used to get things for soap shop supplies. I used to have a courier business, in short. So I would drive the truck myself. But when getting to South Africa, you are usually harassed by the South African police. They stop you. Once it says SD, they just stop you. At one time, I remember when I see police far away, I used to stop, maybe even for 30 minutes to an hour, just to make sure that I drive away. As Swazis, or whether you're from Lesotho or Botswana. Now that is putting so much strain in what we are trying to achieve, you know, getting to sell with South Africa. In as much as the agreements, they do allow us to do that. You even have people, truck drivers in South Africa. There's this xenophobia that's ongoing.
and our lives are actually in danger. If you are seen with a truck in South Africa, hey, they ask you a lot of questions. Uzowenzani la? Buyele ekhaya, ngizosithathela umsebenzi. You know, so what is it that the governments can do to solve this impasse? Because I've seen it many times. One truck driver was actually even beaten on the buttocks, told to lie down, and he was kicked. I don't know what's really going on. If we have agreements with South Africa to trade, now who's blocking that? What's going on? Where is the government intervention on that, basically? These are things that I know that are still ongoing. The South African people are saying we are taking their jobs. They don't even want to see us there, and they will beat the living daylights out of you. Thank you, Mr. Dlamini.
Thank you. I am not competent to respond to that. I'm not sure if we have anyone who can support me on.
Thank you. You have all the difficult questions. Well, let's just say, even though I'm not speaking on behalf of government, but I'm only sharing what I know. There is what is called a National Trade Facilitation Committee, NTFC, which is co-chaired by the Ministry of Commerce, PS Commerce, Business Eswatini CEO, and also SRA or ERS Commissioner General. The National Trade Facilitation Committee, it's a multi-stakeholder committee which involves apex organizations, membership organizations. I think in freight, are also part of it. I'm just referring to this case. Its aim and objectives will sort out barriers to trade within Eswatini and beyond Eswatini, because this one would fall to what is called non-technical, non-tariff barriers to trade. It's not really customs related, but kuna issues with the other state countries. Under the Ministry of Commerce, there is a department that is responsible for these assignments. So they will then engage with their counterparts from the South African side. So the structure from a governance perspective is that all other business entities will submit to the NTFC. Escalator, because the NTFC ifaka ekhatsi bo-PS balama ministries who are responsible or one way or another labathinzana ne-trade. Foreign Affairs, PS is there as well, Commerce is there, Agriculture, Health is there. So as then plus the business community, they're also members of that that committee. So, and it's being driven by the Ministry of Commerce. So in case maybe it's not active, or it's because in a period where they were not active during COVID, it means the Ministry of Commerce will need to re-charge that committee is seven. The case then by engaging with the South African side to say it's not an issue and how to resolve it.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask? We'll take them as a group of questions. Okay, we will look at the issues that we talked about. Export readiness. I think it's one of the areas that I decided to cover, but it has already been covered by Mnisi, and there is a tool that we have been given that has been prepared by the government just to check your export readiness. And it's one of the key things if you are going to speak about export. Otherwise, exporter, do you have enough product in your warehouse? And then you will lose customers. But on the flip side, if you're not ready, you can lose a lot of money yourself, because you will see as you go through the cross-border toolkit that export will punish you if you don't conform to what you said you will do. I've spoken to textile companies when we were trying to re-engage after the reinstatement of reinstating of AGOA in Eswatini. One of the issues that they had spoken about is the penalties that they've had to pay. Because the order is late and you have a store that is waiting to fill a shelf with your t-shirts or your trousers. You are costing that store their business. So if you are exporting to an economy that's developed, you have breached the contract. They will charge you. I know of people who have ended up with having to pay. Not only did they not receive imali yabo, but you'll have to pay for penalties. Typically, if you're exporting fresh produce, say yafika a port in Paris, and it's gone bad, they will charge you destruction fees that they have to pay their municipalities. Besides that, they are going to throw everything in the bin. They'll still charge you for throwing the things in the bin, and it's expensive because they have environmental issues to consider, and then they have people employed to do that so that they ensure that the disposal is done in the most environmentally sustainable or environmentally compliant way. So export readiness, the business readiness, again, that was alluded to yesterday. The first thing is commitment. That's one of the things that you'll immediately get questions on. Why do you want to export? Are you committed to the export journey? And again, the problem with export is it's a long-term journey because it's a long-term commitment. You can't say to someone, I'll start supplying you and then in 2 months I'll finish. There's no vacuum. If you're saying to someone, I want Zamban, it means they supplying. So they need to either reduce a share that they are taking from that particular supplier. Now, if you are not going to be reliable, you'd immediately get kicked out. And then that's what was covered by the Standards Authority, but also what we learned about today. Again, product here and think that it is that do not have Kenya. That is so to what the one. So you commodity by our revenue and specific registrations. I think this one I want to highlight because there are some products that have additional requirements to be registered in the countries that they are going to. A very typical one, if you're going to export commodities, especially food and cosmetics to the US, you are to have to register with the Food and Drug Administration, which is the FDA. Your product won't even leave the port here for the US if you do not have a registration certificate. So this is another form or another document that you are going to be adding to your shipping document. And then role players, the exporter, the buyer, freight forwarder, about the freight forwarder, bank. I'm sure they understand a bit about with exports. This one is also very important. There are some banks you cannot use when you're exporting because they do not have, if they do not have a corresponding bank, letters of credit, because your bank should be able, firstly, to accept the foreign currency that is coming in, and secondly, to be able to banks outside the country. So if your bank does not have that ability, you probably need to then have an account with another. And part of the documents that would be required from you by your buyer is a letter from your bank to you are an active, you do bank here. It's called the bank. By notifying party. This is usually applicable in cases which are outside the SADC region. In the SADC region, we usually just trade. Buyer's notifying party is the person that the authorities in the country where the commodity is going will contact should there be any problem. Take an example. There are firms that export products and are selling on Amazon in the United States. You need to have someone who they will contact, who the government will contact in the United States. So firms that are working with the USA Trade Hub, for example, are working with Albert Scott. So Albert Scott receives the commodity from the firms from here and processes the papers and sends to Amazon warehouse. Should there be any problem or should anything stop by custom? Custom will not call you here. They just have no relationship with you. They will call the person who is the first point of contact in that country. And that is important. I think we exported things to the UAE. Now I don't even know who to contact. These things were going to Tesco or Spinneys. Spinneys don't receive any commodities. There's someone who is the notifying party, Lolam Katzin, who you probably missed. And that's why it's also important that if someone comes to you and say, I want a commodity, I want to import a commodity, some of these requirements they need to have, because this is what you will include in the contract. That's the first thing. And this is what will make sure that you at least know who to chase when you want payment. And then our trade service providers, for example, APA, Business Eswatini, the ones that help the exporters. The export process through this, you start with the quote. Once you have met in your, once you have show or you have been linked and you agree that you two want to do business, you need to start with the quote. Quote is important because it's the start of the payment process, your quote. And then we'll to include in the quote, and the video that follows will also highlight that. And then agent, make sure you get someone. Don't go for the cheapest. Go for a person who is efficient. People who actually with something. After about 4 weeks, the person who was sending went to check. Eswatini is 5 hours away. Where are the things? They found them just next to the desk of the agent. They hadn't moved. Make sure that a proper person for that. Pro forma invoice, that again will be covered in the video. And then now you start processing the export order and then documentation. These documents, these are the minimum documents that you need to have. The commercial invoice, which is from an invoice send to Shoprite when you're selling to Shoprite here in Eswatini, the packing list, and that should be meticulous. A lot of the stoppages that you will find when customs stops and they do stop and search or stop and seizure in another country, usually the list. So if you are managing your company and you're exporting, that's one of the most important things that you can really delegate. You need to make sure what is in the truck is on the list. Because if they stop the truck and find just one thing, lengekho la listing, or lehlukile from what is in the list, you are in for the long haul, because they might just take the truck, go, and they'll impound it and wait for quite a few investigations. And it's more complex in countries like the US because there are many agents that deal with customs. So you might as well forget about your commodities. And at times you'll find that it's more expensive to release your truck than the commodity that is inside the truck. And then receiving payment. Can we go to the next video? That's it.
To start the contract process, you send a quote To start the contract process, you send a quote to the buyer. If the buyer is happy with terms and price, they will accept your quote. Congratulations, you're a giant step closer to becoming an exporter. But before you celebrate, remember that there are risks and responsibilities for you and your buyer. So it is in both of your interests to make sure you have a contract that is clear and comprehensive. In international trade, the contract is seldom one single document. It is the negotiation that usually happens by email between the buyer and the seller. A good contract will stipulate the details, terms and conditions of the sale, protecting both parties, helping to avoid risks like non-delivery or non-payment, and make the responsibilities of the buyer and supplier explicit. Broadly, your obligations as the seller are to deliver the goods, hand over all relevant documents, and transfer ownership of the goods. The goods must conform to the description, quality, and quantity you committed to, and must be packaged in a way that preserves and protects the contents. The buyer's obligations are to comply with the agreed formalities, pay for the goods, and take delivery. The contract must specify where and when delivery will take place, where risk passes, and who is responsible for which costs. The International Chamber of Commerce, Incoterms, provides a simple way to state these requirements. To learn about this in more detail, watch our video titled Incoterms. One of the most important components of the contract is your and the buyer's agreement on how and when you will be paid. There are various methods of payment. Cash in advance is the most secure for the exporter, as you are paid in part or in full before delivering the goods. However, this method is used infrequently, as it places the financial burden and risk on the buyer. A letter of credit is a bank's written undertaking to make payment once the required documents are submitted. Letters of credit involve many different parties and are more expensive than most other payment methods, but they provide security for both the seller and the buyer. A cheaper but less secure option is a bank collection. This is where through your bank you can send a document to the buyer initiating the collection of money owed to you. Although this is legally binding, it does not give you as much protection as a letter of credit. Lastly, you can sell on an open account basis, whereby you send shipping documents directly to your buyer, who should then pay you. This carries a risk of non-payment and is usually used by big established sellers and buyers. It's not recommended. Option, export credit insurance is advisable. So, your products have been shipped, risk has passed to the buyer, everyone has fulfilled their obligations, and you've been paid. Now you can celebrate. For more details, information and guidance, you can consult the Cross-Border Trade Toolkit or contact the USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub. responsibilities start and end, and indicate what can happen if one of you does not fulfill your obligations. Fortunately, this part of your contract does not need to be created or written from scratch, as an established and globally accepted set of agreements already exist, Incoterms or International Commercial Terms. Incoterms are published by the International Chamber of Commerce, or ICC for short. They have been used since 1936 and are updated every 10 years. The most recent update in 2020 has 11 different Incoterms with different options applicable to different modes of transporting the goods. 7 of the options are appropriate for any mode of transport, and 4 are only applicable for sea and inland waterway transport. You can access more details on the ICC website and even download a wall chart which summarizes the 11 options. The USAID Southern Africa Trade Investment Hub has also developed an easy-to-use summary tool to help you and the buyer choose the correct Incoterms for your order with the most appropriate terms regarding delivery, costs, and risks. Once you decide on a specific Incoterm, you will be clear about your responsibilities regarding transport, the insurance cover you need to procure, where the goods must be delivered, which documents you must provide, and who is responsible for processing customs clearance. Buyers and sellers need to understand what they are responsible for during each transaction, and Incoterms provide an easy way to reduce the potential for legal complications, provided that each party understands their roles and obligations. In short, Incoterms help you and the buyer to minimize or avoid uncertainty and risks.
So the importance of a contract is to ensure that you, as the manufacturer and exporter, is safeguarded against anything that can go wrong.
As well as dealing with the clients, you need to ensure that you are contracted, you are sure of the payment terms, you are sure that they will not say your stock is not in good condition, whereas when it left it was in good condition. So the contractual agreement are so important.
The summary of the Incoterms, as well as help and guidance about other aspects of exporting, are provided in the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit. You can also contact the USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Due to the fact that we do not have much time, as I indicated before, this is something that I think the last group ran over a 3-day period. You can see page 31, and then we'll just look at 3 Incoterms, and that will also respond to the question of pricing. That's partly though. What I'll ask the team to do, Martin Nobudi, is you will send the exercise to the team's emails. I hope you all have registered in my emails so that you can do the pricing yourself. Because once you understand the Incoterms and your own pricing, then we are able to lend a particular commodity based on this contract. This is how much it will cost. Can I afford it? Do I think it's a good deal? And then you can go ahead and sign the contract. Okay, if we look at page 31, I'll just look at the first three Incoterms. EXW is Xworks, so you read the chart from left to right, because from the left to the right, that covers your pricing. Now, so left to right, so that's okay. This is my responsibility. It means you are funding that particular you're funding that particular budget item. Xworks, which is the simplest. If you are getting a buyer that says they'll buy from you Xworks, that's a buyer you should not let go of. Xworks, in simple terms, is you produce your commodity. Uyathenga dwela lakho, uyalipakisha kule bhokisi lebathi 10 kilo, ubeka la ngaphandle esitubhini kakho. So the buyer. The shipping and everything is their responsibility. Now let's say I will send DHL right to your farm gate or right to your warehouse door. As soon as DHL arrives, takes the commodity, and you check it's in the packaging that is required, you have done the customs documents, you have done the product specification documents, you give DHL the carton, you give DHL the documents, and you photocopy and send to the client. As soon as the client receives the documents, then the payment terms kick in, which means at the point at which you give to DHL, you have transferred responsibility and you have transferred risk. So whatever happens between the time DHL takes the commodity and wherever it's going, is no longer your responsibility. Of course, you need to make sure that the commodities were in a good state at the time you packed them. You need to speak about how you will assure that. So at that point, you are able to say, please pay me, and Mr. Masbuse is happy then because he knows he'll start getting his payment. If you had an agreement, as soon as you ship your documents to the customer, you also send a copy to your bank and they start awaiting counting days towards the payment. And then the next one is free carrier. And nalapo, it's you deliver to the carrier or person nominated by the buyer. For example, you are sending commodities to, I think, Mrs. spoke about Dubai. You're sending commodities to the UAE by ship from Yemen, and the buyer undertakes to say, from your premises, you take the commodities to Matapa and place at the yard of MSC Shipping Company. Once you get there, you give MSC the documentation, they sign, they scan the documents, they send to the buyer, or you send to the buyer and you give them the original documents, then your work is done because that carrier has been selected by the buyer. Whatever happens from the time you leave MSC premises, that does not concern you. Then you are starting to expect your payment. And if you notice, now you are going further out of your compound, which means now you need to have petrol to drive your vehicle from Gwenya down to MSC, to where the carrier is located. And then carriage paid to. So here it's the place of delivery here, you deliver to the carrier or the person nominated by the buyer at the agreed point within the agreed period. So that's also the same, but also here the seller is responsible for all costs up to delivery. So the seller must also pay the cost of those checking operations. For example, if you are sending out fresh produce, you will need to have what we call a phytosanitary certificate that comes from, usually from, here in Eswatini, from the research department. You might need to have a stamp of approval from the water authority. You are paying for those, all the preparing of all the documentation, and then you will deliver. And where you have agreed, you might also be responsible for the clearance documents. So you are taking that to Interfreight, they clear before you then take to MSC, who is going to take that to their ship in Devon and take it off. So now your costs are starting to accumulate because even the clearance documents. So if you're doing your model, now you're starting to factor all of that, your transport, to get the papers signed, your transport to take the papers and the commodity to where you have agreed with the buyer, and the cost of inspection and the cost of storage until you have enough commodity. And then as you go right, you can see the documents that you are supposed to provide so that we say the transaction is complete. And then I'll just look at the last one. No, let me look at one that is very common. Okay, let's go to page 33, the one on top, free on board. This one is very common, but I've seen people mixing it up, and you find that it becomes a costly mistake. Okay, firstly, free on board is used only if your commodity is going by ship. So if you see someone, let's say invoice for Masbuza ayibhale ukuthi utawubhadalwa FOB at Johannesburg International Airport, then you know your payment might delay for 90 days because the commodity will go and the documentation will come back because it's inappropriately labeled. So free on board, the seller delivers goods on board the vessel. Now you understand. So kushiya emkhumbini eThekwini. So all the costs of production, the cost of packaging, the cost of customs clearance, the cost of taking your product up to the vessel that has been nominated by the buyer. So we actually umkhumbi issue on the port. So you can't have your documents and then you hear that Devon port is full and you decide to use Maputo. Firstly, the central bank won't accept your documents because also for export you need to notify the central bank because now your route to market is different. Secondly, the documents that you have, you need to go and change them and then notify your buyer and you agree with the buyer in writing so that you can now change the port of departure. So now it will be FOB Maputo, no longer FOB Devon or Richards Bay. And then I'll just read through this one. I'll take questions because this can be a bit long. The seller is responsible for all costs until delivery. The seller must pay the costs of those checking operations, packaging that are necessary for delivering, and the seller will be responsible for export clearance. There are things that attract export taxes. Your export permits, you are the one who will need to show the cost for that. So in your business model, you are going to have to write that in. And then documents that are needed, the seller needs to provide license for export, your certificate of origin, commercial invoice, packaging list, and exports and customs clearance. And if your buyer at that side also had product specifications that you need to comply to. For example, for vegetables, for fruit and veg, with every shipment, you need to have a phytosanitary clearance, you need to have an export permit, and maybe for a few samples, you also need to have, what do we call it, Martin? What this time? You know, what is it that you are doing these days? It's your minimum residue clearance. I'll just explain this briefly something. It with buyers to overseas. So figure they test the product. And that's why food is so tricky to export if you don't get it right. They'll test it, and what they test for would say there are no chemicals that are above the limits that they have given you. So that certificate for minimum residue levels should also accompany. So your shipment documents should be complete, and that's part of your contract. If there's one missing, you have not fulfilled the contract. Now, again, just because of time, I'll take questions, but as stated, we'll also send the test or the exercise through email. Please work on it, and if you feel you need assistance, please send it back to the email that was provided to you. Fortunately, quite a number of us here were trained on how to engage on the cross-border toolkit. So this is your toolkit. It's available online, and it will cut your risk. It will cut your expenses. I just brought this here. If you didn't have this toolkit, this is what you would have needed to use. And this is only on Incoterms. So this has been summarized from this to this, and this is more practical. The person who was putting it together for us is a shipping specialist. So she did a very good job, and please use it, even if you haven't started exporting. But for you to gauge whether you will afford to export, this will give you guidance. Thank you, Chair. I don't know if I can take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dlamini. That's a wonderful presentation indeed. I'd just like to go through, you know, when you put your things in the container, it's so expensive, it has to be, in fact, you actually risk working 3 months trying to get your produce, putting it in a container. It can still get lost because someone out there in Dubai, perhaps, they would make as if, hey, we don't know where Mr. Magongo's cabbages landed. I would just lose that consignment just like that. It's like gambling at Las Vegas casino, if I may put it that way. I'm just talking for the average Swazi, the way I look. The Bible in Ecclesiastes 7, verse 29, it talks about being simple. God created us just to be simple. So I like using the KISS theory, keep it straight and simple. If I'm gonna do a business, I'd rather keep it simple. So for me, I'm just talking for myself, not for everyone. Besides, I would have obviously liked to see Mrs. Piper, I know her personally, to come here so that we can fire her with questions, because she's someone doing this practically. She's sending things to Singapore, producing them in Swaziland. I'd really like to ask her about the headaches that she goes through. And one thing I'm seeing, exporting is not for the average Swazi. It's if I can put the category, it's really for millionaires. The average Swazi is actually struggling just to get a loan, just to even start farming, 250,000 just to farm. You won't get to see Swazi Bank or Nedbank or Standard Bank, for that matter, coming to help you, basically. So ngathi nje ngikhulumela nje wonke umlolo Swati, as I said, ngiqhamuka eNafa, Eswatini National Rural Farmers Association. Those people nje lokuthi nje bathole ama resources ke balime lokuncane bakhona ke kuthola ke market vele kodwa lo ngayifuni market Mr. Dlamini. but nje bese ngibuka nje ukuthi no export really bese ngabadzinga labambonisondo nzima babe la bogwenya glasses babonile bavela lapha but that's khulumisa nanabo sibabo hayi ukuthi sibuta wena kuphela ibabe emhlabeni ngiyabadzinga nje babona futhi nangibuka ngema-millionaires laba khona exporter and thina la ngwane timo lesidako nato let export from South Africa into Swaziland. Those cool baked beans that I spoke about, the fish, you name it. Now all those things that are branded, that's exported by someone else. Sinela ngwane benefit of and we are paying for that. So more or less than logo. Beef when you export them, if fuel yendiza is expensive, so I put out some balo look patalela golong, but I know it's airlifted. Nice sugar la nepsu nga 9. Manifigele go to buy or UK na 5 o'clock. Ufuse fresh. Leon buti normally so scrap basically. So ngati lena you feel the millionaires kahle. But quite frankly. Thank you very much, Mr. Tamil.
Okay, I want to shoot you down immediately, Mr. Mako. Some of the exporters that we started working with are average exporters, of course, are average business people. Of course, where it's on the sector, that's why we need to focus on the sector. If you look at handicraft, it's smaller units, higher value, of course, and they have understood what the American customer wants. I think we are currently handling about 3 shipments that need to be on the way, and they've been exporting ever since I started knowing them, actually. Fortunately, we do have someone with a testimonial who is a small business person who recently started exporting, but I know he's been on the journey he'll tell you how many years he's been on the journey on it. The world has become smaller just because of a lot of things that are done technologically. A lot of these steps that we do are usually once off. Once you get into the game, you won't need to every day keep picking Incoterms. Once now we are a customer lako, how you are going to trade. That's the way you are going to trade unless something drastic happens. So the issue is, how do we help each other to reach to the stage where we can start the export process? And as I said, South Africa is a good destination to start because it's not such a punishing market. It's a market that we can understand because the products in ShopRite South Africa are the products in ShopRite Eswatini. So it's products that so I can pretty much say, if you're able to sell your commodities successfully to ShopRite, Kamanzini, you can sell the same to the ShopRite Centurion. And we do have farmers that are selling to Centurion through Manzini ShopRite, through Manzini's farm. So it's not something that is so far-fetched, difficult because of the rules. But I want to believe APA asked for this cause because they knew that they want to push, the country wants to push SMEs towards the export journey. Unfortunately, most of this does not cover services, and it's almost a similar scenario in services, but the route is much easier because once they see your photo there and you agree on terms, it becomes much simpler. It's a problem or it's a product that needs to get into the market. I don't know what I wanted to say, but next, but let me hand over. Do you have any other question?
Yes, Mr. Zamel. When it's due to the fact that la manyama are receptive to foreign product. In a case like on a dispute, because Jehovah Ashon de now, Babema Congo, not to do them something in so the power of resistance, I'm saying, but you are weekend in Nagu, La Kona Singasa Formula, the Kona accent, Singasa Kona, I know ultimate discrepancies, good Good day, Benguta Naitolomani Angevagazi. Good day, Lama tribunals, because Lamanya jurisdiction, the Kwanzakala would I see more inclined to gas, would say conducive for a trade in jail, la fair, would say good day, never independent tribunals, like in the case of most states against an FDIs. La corner style sort of corner, let's have a to fairly. Amen.
Yes, there are. The International Chamber of Commerce, these terms are globally accepted. So your contract should, actually, your contract also, if you look at your cross-border toolkit, it will state that when you do your quotation and you do your contract, you even state which Incoterm you are citing and the year. There is Incoterm 2010, there is this, so that is globally accepted as a dispute instrument. But the issue is you need to tighten up on your contract. Yes, I've never heard of things getting fully lost, Mr. Ngabongo, if you have followed the right procedure. And remember, you take out insurance. The insurance also covers some of these risks, but also make sure your client or your buyer is vetted by a competent authority. Ungeva nje umuntu wathi ngifuna importer, now uthathe into takho and put in. I think we've had cases where we've had umuntu walimisa abantu. The person didn't even have a bank account, nor an address, a physical address. Those are the basic things that you need to find out if you're sending your commodities out. So if someone says they want to import your commodities, let not the excitement cloud you just because you are going to get US dollars or pounds. There is due diligence, and I know that at IPA there is a unit and there's a responsibility for them to do the vetting process on your behalf.
Hello. Mina ngicela ukubuza sir. Le USAID bengimathi kakhulu esibhedlela. Ngingamathi kakhulu ngiyacala nje lokubona ukuthi kukhona ngala business. So ngifuna ukuva ukuthi ngabe lama office akhe angakuphi then nasengentile onke lama check up list lokasifuza ngokusuku lutho. Bese sengena kuphi ngisile esigaba lefike bese sengena nini lesenengisite ngibamba ngisandla ngicela ngishare. Ngoba kubonke isicelo sokukhuzile ukuthi ema-sethi ukuthi ungathola kanjani isiphi stage la bese ngingena khona ke line kuthi ke nyalo kwegama sesowunathi ke nyalo sesiyakusida because vele mina bengingamathi nje ngala bengimathi ngale ka ejova kakhulu. Kwesibili ke ngicela ukuba benjalo kwa-presenter la waba-presenter kuleke iseminar akhuluma ngayo market health ikhona wakhuluma nje kakhulu lana bekakhuluma nge-alcohol and beverages ukuthi kuna 9.4 billion market le-different zingakala. Okay ke nalokunye washushuka kwathiwa 6.9 billion. Okay mina kakhulu ngila ka-textile and clothing 2.9 billion. So ngifuna lokuvakela ukuthi ngabe nileni ebhanje ngasiyabona ukuthi cha lathikhandla ngamaswati ngabe ke indlela yini ukuthi bese ngibamba ngesandla ngitshela mina ngabe nje ngingena la nithi udzingeka umuntu watabende amasokisi enventure amasokisi ucheck checklist yakho ubuye sifake emakethe yamasokisi noma ngiyaresearchela nje ukuthi yini la textile and clothing kufuneka ama-covers noma kufuneka impahla niyakhona yini lokwati ukuthi izinto lesithi kuyashoda nemasokisi nemavesti hambe wende amavesti ubuye ngithi sisebenze. Ngiyabonga.
Okay, the one for APA, I'll leave to her. We unfortunately don't have offices in Langwane. We are in Pretoria, but we do have Martin as a country rep, and Lucy is the program assistant. So we will leave our contacts when we are done. And then on the last one, I'll partly respond to it. Unfortunately, it's a factory because fashion changes every 3 months. So you need to set up a textile company, and Ms. will support you on that. And then for any other information, we work with APA very closely, so they know when we have a market linkage or someone who wants anything. Sometimes they'll just come up. Last year they were saying they want PPE. Unfortunately, the volumes that they wanted, we just could not fulfill. But we always flag that to say, can we have sweet corn this much? Can we have ingredients for this? So we will always send any opportunities through APA and through our partners. We also work with Numbod, we work with Business Eswatini, we work with Catalyze, we work with ENIDC and Eswatini. I think those are the partners that we always say, here's an opportunity. If you have any producers alone, please come through. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ms. Babulunga, briefly, you already had the mic on you. Just briefly, please.
Thank you, Program Director. Just a few submissions to make. Incoterms law vela labo regional cross-border trade toolkit. Lo Incoterms umcoka kakhulu githi SMMs, micro, small, medium enterprises. Njengoba siyasithatha emlangeni lapha kumcala ukuthi sisi get into the details ngalesikhathi senda lama contracts nalama would be importers lalabalata uthana lentito tethu lenge share, and then taking into account the different freight routes along our 70s, sea, inland, nemoya, depending ukuthi ukhethe in. Kunale element the CIC ibone kakhulu mawuka import, because import na export kuyafana, the other one is the opposite of the other one. Kunale component yalo clearisha imali egedeni, kunale component ye insurance. Those are the two critical factors lefanele siwabuke uma ngabe siyathengisa. Bese sibuka le model le businesses iye ukuthi uma ngabe shothi iye ama perishables le risk isenkulu kanganani. Uma ngabe sitothengisa kunaba bemhlaba itolo lalihle wakhuluma nge-artwork labanye benda i-handicraft. Le risk ye-artwork le risk ye-handicraft may not be same weight as a risk le lapha nawusebenta ema-perishable products like ema-baby vegetables swami ngisele nge-share. Ngiyayiva lele show ngoba bemagongo from enafa le concern lekayisho, but bengathi ku-exporter bekunene akusi kwabosondonzima. Ku-exporter kwema-enterprises la thethena kulokushidiwo umbabe mnisitolo makenda i-presentation yakhe ukuthi asibe nayo le export market business plan, sikufake la kule plan leyo lokuthi siyinkampani noma ke siyi-association sesifise uthuthukisa umsebenzi wethu siwufikise export trade. Bese ke siba nale ndlela ukuthi sikusebenza kanjani, kube into vele leyatekayo ngabe ukuthi mhlawumbe sitawuvuka namhla sifuna kukwenda kungenteka kube lukhuni kakhulu. Fundamentally nje singalokuthi siqale la kule market lesinayo local babe nje producer i-beef, sivile itolo ukuthi kune beef lesiyidlako la kangwane lengakhiwa la kangwane echamka ngaphandle, okusho ukuthi sinaso in a way lesikhele sisethu selokuthi sifuna sifulfile le beef market lela kangwane. Sicale lapho la sifunda khona the basics of trade, bese sesiyathuthuka sesiwelela emaveli labo makhelwane. Ngila sitawucala kuhlangana khona ke nalabo incoterms le kakhulume ngawo umlangeni nakaseselapha, sibafunze kancane kancane. Sesiya nje le kubo overseas bo UIE Europe nako-US sesivele sesinayo le understanding lencane yalama importance ema-penalties neliswati lolitfolako uma sebonakele letinto lengesheya eke afanana neliswati longalitfola uma tinto tonakelela kaseswatini sisengakhulumisana asifunze ngalo lokuncane sendlulele kulolukhudlwana kwabomakhelwane bese-ke sesiyaya-ke lengesheya ngigcine ngeliphuzu lelibekwa kumgazi nakakhuluma nga-5 Ps kuneligama la place lapha ngicela-ke ukuthi ipa asibukele asiside kahle lapho sinetshela kangwane uma wenta ibhizinisi kunetindzawo letizoniwe ukuthi emabhizinisi akhelwe ukuthi ama-operator kunatindzawo nani lokwenta kube likhuni kokuthi singenta lokhu lekakhulume ngako umgazi kokuthi ungashintsha ligaraji ekhaya kakho uligucule mhlawumbe libe i-warehouse noma libe i-mini factory bese ucala producer khona ukhanza kokuthi ngala ka-APA bakubona bomgazi kokuthi ku-possible lokho but lo munye lenye lo issuisha afike akukhanza ukuthi lokho akusefeasible. So let us try and harmonize lama-operations thungala ka-APA nalamanye amatiko lamanye ahulumende atosekela nangu umkhiciti lo business lo somabhizinisi lomncane emaswati kweliswati lofuna ukugcina naye afike esigabeni se-export uma unelikhala kodwa unegaraji it should be possible la bomakhelwane nje South Africa utomangala kusiletinto letiningi lesithenga online uma ungabe uye njengoba shito nje umgazi uyofika le physical la khona utomangala ukuthi kwaphathishinwa indlu lel garage laselibekwe eceleni ulalapho kubondwe khona letimpahla they are making money, they are making a living sibuke i-first world status letinto lekufuna kancane kancane lemthetho iguquke it accommodated. Thank you.
Siyabonga boss. Okay, ngicela sime on the questions for now. Isikhathi sethu sesidleke kakhulu. We have with us from Eswatini Bank kunamake Chamgile Simelani na Babezibuse Khumalo in our midst. Ngicela by inviter to assist us with a presentation on the export credit guarantee scheme. Ngicela semukele let us sit out the presentation.
Good morning to everyone. As introduced, I'm Mazbuse Khumalo. I'm from Eswatini Bank. I'm the agribusiness manager. I'm going with Mages Milane, who is the SMME manager. Maybe before I start my presentation, may I start by acknowledging that as a bank, we are managing the export credit guarantee scheme, but since we have started to be the manager, there is no customer who have come and applied under this credit guarantee scheme. Ngithi nje angithathe leli thuba ukubonga from IPA ukuthi as-invite la sibe part of you because siyafisa ukuthi at the end of this event ungathi besingayithola le attendance register so that isitokhona ukuthi sichubeke sikhulumisane nani ukuze ntokhona ukuthi ni benefit from this scheme. Another thing which we will do, which does not form part of the presentation yet, for accessibility, we will try and share our contacts, mine and for Mages Milane and for the officers, so that you can feel free to seek for information
and eventually buy this product. Siyabonga bekunene siyafisa ukuthi eMaswati ngabe ayasitakana and siyeva niyakhala kodwa sikhona silibhangele eMaswati sikhonela kusitanini but asinifoli anifikile la sikhona khona to buy this product. Ngiyanicela ke bekunene ngoba seningibonile make simelane asesivakashela nini stop khulumisana say how can we assist you, how can you access export credit guarantee nikhulise emabhizinisi enu nemikhiqizo. Okay. Okay, I have 5 outlines, things which I want you to know after this presentation. I will cover some few topics. I will define the export credit guarantee for you and also share the product pictures of the export credit guarantee and also share with you the conditions and how can you be eligible. I will also share the requirements and eventually do my conclusions. Okay, the export credit guarantee is defined as a special fund established and administered by the Central Bank of Eswatini. It provides security for credit facility granted to eligible exporting enterprises. Babekho, here is the facility le ngakhona ukusita noma usomabhizinisi lomncane. You can come to us and apply under this credit guarantee scheme. But before you get this loan, you must meet some standard requirements as set by the guarantee scheme. And I would say Eswatini Bank has been recently appointed as the manager of the fund around February in 2021, and we have signed a participation agreement with the Central Bank of Eswatini. So if you come to us, we are definitely sure that you stand 100% chances of getting the fund. I've brought you some few pictures of products. There's our financer as a Eswatini Bank. Good quality produce. Cinemas financers, Funomloyo, Lima, something. These were not specifically for export, but just projects which were sold inside the country. But you can see the quality. It's some of the projects they were financed as agribusiness. So now export credit guarantee, we are expecting good farmers are producing good quality, even better than this one. Okay, the maximum credit should not exceed 3.3 million per loan application. You can borrow up to 3.3 million from 1,000 emalani. I'm not saying about the application about 3.3 million. I'm saying it can go up to 3.3 million per loan application. Then we'll do the assessment. Those who are qualifying will get the loans, and those who will be having missing documents will be deferred, and they will have to collect those documents and later be approved. This credit guarantee scheme is used to secure credit facility for the purpose of export trade enterprises only. and it only guarantees 90% of the order. Meaning if you have an order to supply tomatoes valued at 90,000, the bank is going to, the guarantee will cover 90% of that 90,000. Then 10% has to come from the business promoter, which is the customer. The 10% can be in the form of a bond, a deed of hypothecation. It can be cash deposit on a collateral account. And we also consider contribution by the project promoter. Let me make an example. You have already bought fence, which is equivalent to the 10% which we require for a loan. We can consider that, and there must be a proof. We will want to see the invoices, and we can have a DH over that contribution from the customer. The guarantee also comes with a guarantee fee, which is 1.5% of the guaranteed amount or outstanding guarantee amount. I think that one is clear. The guarantee covers pre-shipment and post-shipment requested by entrepreneurs or enterprises. The interest rate, it's very, very low in the industry. We are charging prime plus 1% per annum for this kind of facility. And the guarantee can remain in force for 6 to 12 months, depending when did you pay your loan.
What rate is prime? What is it specifically?
Nice, Melanie will help me.
Okay, currently, the prime rate is central bank.
Okay, but in money right now?
7.5.
Okay.
So we add the 1 to the 8.
Which means it's 7.5 plus 1, it's 8.5. Thank you. The guarantee can be renewed only upon examining the performance of the borrower to justify the period of extension. The renewal shall incur a fee of 1.5%. Okay, as I've said earlier on, the guarantee can be accessed by exporting enterprises. And in the farmers, even producing for export market, you can, if you have the market and you want to start from production side, we can finance you to produce and export that commodity you want to export. The enterprise should be already engaged in export trade, classified as either industry, agriculture, commerce, construction, tourism. We also finance startup businesses. But we can finance that person, but he must have export approval and also be this one. We also finance small, medium scale enterprises. We also finance small, medium scale enterprises which should be owned by Eswatini or a registered entity in the Kingdom of Eswatini. And that entity should be in control by 75% of Eswatini. The small-scale enterprise with no export permits can affiliate with large exports in order to benefit. Let me make an example. Namport or Lubovana Lesotho Sondla, they can have the export permits, but the farmers underneath who are doing the primary production, they can also benefit from this scheme, or they can also benefit from the small-scale enterprise scheme. There are two schemes which are sitting with the central bank, which we are monitoring. There is this one which is not specifically for export, but for every small and medium enterprises, they can come. It's up to 1 million. The credit shouldn't exceed 1 million. So those who don't have markets, they can benefit from the small-scale credit guarantee scheme. But those who are having export permits, they can apply direct on the export credit guarantee scheme. I think that one is clear. In fact, what we are trying to say here is Namport, if atsenga kubalimi, akabe nemali ebabhadala i-farm gate price. Maka deliver the produce yakho umlimi, Namport ake aboleke kithi, we can finance Namport noma Lesotho ngelibovana lwesonto, or any market lene export permit. They can borrow from this using this credit guarantee scheme so that they can pay their expenses quick and direct. Okay, bese ngikushito ke lo. Okay, ngicela kuchaza kancane ukuthi what does the export credit guarantee scheme covers? It covers all export-related risk arising from non-payment by the importer. So exported, but importer usengabhadala. You can come for a facility, but you must come with a paper trail letshengisa ukuthi you have exported, but you have not yet received imali and you want to pay my salaries and other expenses for the business. You can also come to us and borrow under the scheme because there is non-delivery of goods by ship line. But my expenses lofuna caterage or coverage. And in other shipping line now it's in imali, we can finance you to pay for it. Also for non-delivery of export documents, shipping cost, production for export market-led products. Ngibeke nje lokuncane kunene, fika wena sihlale phansi sibukisane ukuthi lokwakho kukanjani, bese siyakhona kusitana bekunene. Lapha ngizame ukukhombisa nje isithombe sema products which are largely exported in the country. Okay, I have few requirements for people who will be interested, businesses who will be interested to apply. As a bank, we require you to provide all company registration documents. Certificate of incorporation, memorandum and article of association, resolution to borrow if you are a company. We also want the national IDs for all directors, legal rights to use office, land, chief's letter, title deed, or lease agreement. We also want your physical address. We also want a business plan which includes a detailed budget, cash flow projections. We also require annual financial statements for existing businesses, but let's highlight our financials if it's new. We also require valid trading license You also require tax clearance certificate, export permits, export orders, contracts, letters of credits, all other related shipments documents that may be required for finalization of application. Logo says it one-on-one with our customers. The exporter shall arrange an insurance cover for the value of goods to be exported. Locally, you must take an insurance cover for this credit facility or the commodities we are exporting. In conclusion, in the past, we have a misconception would say if uboleka under a credit guarantee scheme, it becomes a guarantee. Masiboleka nje thina sibheke ukuthi le mali kuye uyibhadala. Uma ungabhadali, we institute a legal action against you. Ningakwehleli kakhulu. Sibheke ukuthi le mali esiboleke yona uyibhadale in full. All exports to have insurance single sheet or to mitigate all kinds of risk. Customers are expected to contribute 10% of the required amount. The 10% ngicazile ukuthi angaba cash, kungaba bond, kungaba deed of hypothecation, or any investment loss uyendile in advance before uqale the project. We can have a deed of hypothecation over that, but you must provide a proof, an invoice, because we have paid it in full. As a bank is somewhere. Bekunene ngicela ukuthi presentation yami igcine la. Ngingajabula nethi nimbude nekuthi nimtshele ukuthi why are you not accessing this credit guarantee product? Ndamkolela nginathi angiboni MC. Oh, okay.
Ngicela ukudala ukuthi angithi sengiqalile ngalima ngayivala imali ukuthi imnanzi kanganani. Sengifuna ukuqhubeka. Manje inkinga sisekulethe indzawo lapho ethi ngekavalela unawo lo mhlaba awukakhona ukuvalela. Usalima ngalesikhathi inkomo nje emadlelweni. Uma sekubuye emahlangane wena sowujulile lapho kodwa kukhona lo ungakwenda. Ingabe swazi bank lapho angangisida yini mina ngokungivalela nginayo lenzawo. Ende kanjani bona nomuntu anginika le mali yovalela nomuntu awuthatha ungivalele. Ngifuna ukuva ukuthi angangisida kanjani kuleyo ndzawo. Ngiyabonga.
Let's take 5 questions. MC. Five. Okay.
Sanibonani. Baba mina ngicela nje ngicela ngibe ukuthi sengiyeva ningasida ukuthi sikhona export, but umbuto wami uthi si-exporta njani nibe ningakhoni ukusisida la kuqaleni. Let me make an example. Mina ngaya nje Eswatini Bank bengifuna kwena tinguku. Like bengisemkhulumele na imbuluzi and bethi ufuna 20K with tinguku. Ngaya kini ngamngeta all the papers ngaya ebranchini likaManzini. All the papers naze nathi angivule i-account. Ngayivula Nkosi yami ngiyokwethembeka. Uze benginamhlanje lo angathi noma kubile ngencondotha noma ngene njani. So if ungakhona ikuqala Seningakhona vile there is 3.3 million lengakhona yokuboleka kuye. Nahluleka ukuniketa 500,000. So umbuto wami uthi sifika kanjani kuthi nje nginqoka Dlamini ngiphinze nginethembe ukuthi sesingaze sifike esigabeni se-exporter manje.
Babe Dlamini, Babe Kumar, yes, Babe Kumar. Kago sam siyabonga Kumar presentation. Ngeke ngikuthe kakhulu ngosam ngoba ibitolo ngikhulume ngani ningekho. But ke futhi angifuna ukuthi ngathi ngikhuluma lokubi ngaSwazi Bank. It's a good bank. Ma taxes zethu ngiyola laqala lelibhange Swazi Bank. Uthi bekhona. But vele Babe Khumalo, just between me and you, ngiyamathi make khambile ngiyena phethe ama SME. In fact ngiyamake khambile ngabe reply assist ukuthi kuphi kanzi lo 20,000 chickens. Make khambile hardly even responds to us. Namje bengifaka indzawo ema-flats. Ngazama gucula ngenda lenye project. But as I say, I'm full long at Kombaban, basically. But all I can just say, Bosami, Swazi Bank, there's really quite a lot you need to do. For instance, Night debit card, ever since Night launch, and Afaga MasterCard, Nafaga Gongelo. I've never seen your credit card. All the banks in Swazi have a credit card. Why are you the only ones that don't have a credit card? Because debit card, Mfaka yamali and I can use it in Dubai nangiyakhona le yami. Iphi yakho Swazi Bank imali. Ngicela nibe ne credit card Bosami Babe Khumalo. It's very, very important. Credit, not the debit that you're advertising. Faka imali you can even buy in Russia. Ya Muslimani. Nina kahle kahle Babe Khumalo nikani Bosami imali. Mina nje ngase ngakhuluma na Babe Matsebula. The late Babe Matsebula. Na khona kwenye appointment, abe solo aya Portugal, nase Brussels, always going there, traveling there. Meet the people in TV, sena Babe knowledge makanya. That's when I was able to make an appointment to see him, good knowledge makanya TV. Wakuluma teka kancane bahamba komo kusasa nga-9 ngakubona Nkosi yami baba. Akusasa nangifika nga-9 wafika nga-11:30 abekanzi ndawuhamba angihambanga. His office is beautiful because there are trophies everywhere soccer. Nangena ngacishe ngakhumula ticathulo ngoba kuhle kakhulu nabo sofa labahle baMatsebula. I'm sure even the president managing director nabo labahle. But okay, the long and short of it, I'm just saying, you don't keep your word, Babe Khumalo, Ning Swazi Bank. There's so much that you need to be doing for Swazis. You are not a proactive bank. Projects, farmers, big board. You did support sugar cane. It's very big, no good. But how about these small little farmers who don't even own sugar or anything like that? Very small things. 10 cement, 10. I'm 10 bags of cement, Alpha Cement, Babe Khumalo. I'm so realistic, or even your MD, Mage Molela, ni speed, Magomo, Stella Ote. In fact, I fully account Eswatini Bank, Sapara resolution, I'm not saying I'm secretary. But as in a building society, Mobile charges if you own their account. $500, no mas party. My withdraw I 3, my baby second charge. Eswatini Bank again at next charge 250 kon per month. Ganjalo. I'm just talking realistically, Babe Khumalo. Kela ngosam no site maswati. Nema farmers magenjela we kulmagona. We thought, no, we're going to start Enafa Finance Cooperative. Salo City Bombela let Mali. June 27, Uspitile EU, Utasnigi Mali. But Nyesaba going let's the bank. Nyesaba. Then we name 1.2 million way to Guns go tell them Stanga over Kuman. And he makes a building society, please it out put it out Italian interest. So all I'm just saying in short, in summary, be proactive, Swazi Bank, and take care of the city. There's so many needs nearby.
Hey, I would tell you about a very hard was as you can be the Swazi Bank. Siabo was a colony. Nothing Nescalo, but I'm calling local promoters and no one to keep a challenge in Oleco because in the right mechanism in promoting our services and our products. Generally, energy. I see all of us with the gas. Lokunya ilenkhala ngako kwemene ukuthi ngoba na upromoter into babe kudemanda ukuthi kube nema compromises labanene i-change reduce the percentage yale collateral le required kuze abantu batawuna phela bathi full because now sebhizinisini kunesikhathi la upromoter khona lesinye sikhathi na upromoter into udithengisa at a break even point ungafuni profit at the same time kanti usa promote. Bekunalesicelo nje ukuthi asenehlise phala ama requirement etela maswati adopt full bese ke kuba mhlambe ningeda ne clause ukuthi kulama form elo nani bolekisa ukuthi lo abayi beneficiary kule fund kusasa singamsayitha as a model sihambe sipromoter ngayo ukuthi kune benefit le kanje ngoba abantu bafuna into labayibonako le transform elomnye umuntu ngicela gcina lapho ba.
Last one.
Sanibonani. Siyabonga Babe Khumalo, the informative presentation. Noma ngabe ubomba but ucala ngokubonga. Ngithanda nje kunotha uthi ku presentation yakho niyawa kule scheme senu niyawafunda even bantu labasingakasebenzi noma asengithi le business isengakakhona ukuthi beyingabe seyithuthukile but isaqala but ke niyayifunda. Okay, umbuzo wami uthi ke lapha egcineni ku conclusion yakho ukhulume nga 10% contribution. Asengithi ke lo 10% contribution ngisete lutho vele ngiyaqala njengoba ushilo. Angide nalokuvele ngingakwenda ukuthi besibambiso. But ke senayo le market lokufuna ngosupply. But ngide lefuna ukuthi ngibambise ngakho. Ngenta ukuthi ngide nemoto futhi. Ngide ke nalekhaya encane sasemcashweni. Ngide nje vele lokubonakala ukuthi ngingabambisa ngakho. So kuleso sizathu sengilahlelwa ngaphandle yini mntungu wamsikazi. Ngabe angisakhoni kungena ngaleso sizathu leso na. Kwesibili ngake ne account eSwazi Bank but kwendeka ke nga receive $1 from outside. Unfortunately I decline. iSwazi Bank ayikhona ukureceive $1 from outside. Ngabe senakulungisa inloko because iyajika imali yami ngalokuthi nine anikhona ukureceive $1. Angathi ke babe siyathanda lebhange lethu Nkosi yami. Angathi ke iSwazi Bank seyikulungisile inloko. Ngiyabonga baba.
Ngicela ukuresponda sasesithathe round yekugcina. Mhlawumbe umuntu angaphendule to the specific questions. Ngwaba ngilokubonga ukuthi ngwabani nababuta kusho ukuthi khona labavile. kusho ukuthi kukhona lokutawumile ngila ekuthenini bekunene akungagcini ngalokubhuta la sigadza nemhlanganweni asiphinde sidivane nangale office. I will share my contacts, I will share the team's contacts. Siqhubeke sisebenzisana. Kunamake lokutile la ukuthi uthi unenzawo yakhe la ilima nje mangabe ninkomo kuphindile semahlangeni singamthengela emfenisi. Bengingacela imake ukuthi so sonzele in every branch we do have my extension officers. La ngakhona ukuthi akusi mhlawumbe lengingakusho kucacile ukuthi we rarely finance i-Renfed area. Tindzawo leti dependa ukuthi tawuna le climate change sesikhombise lokunengi kurelaya itulo emvulweni akusasi kahle. Lokusho ukuthi kufuna ube nawo nemali. But coming to e-assistance, sine lobuye kusitshele ukuthi lo muntu singamfanda yini. Because the business director, is it business sound, is it viable? The customer does she or he meets all our requirements. Siyakhona ukumsita lo customer. Mina bengingathi lokunye lengikucelayo baningi lese ba-attend ama-training lengiyengiveze befika lebhange bengifundiswa ngubani ngu-IPA wasinanginalokhu nje sengitholile lona kune-assessment lenziwako proper assessment, then those who qualify bese baya-qualify labanga-qualify futhi because akusho ukuthi i-risk lebukwabo ngilele coverishwa ngile grant pay. There are so many aspects of risk lesiye siwabuka. Sengisho ukuthi-ke make asonzele in every branch kunema-extension officers aka-agribusiness. Na SMMEs well represented ema-branchini na manager who is the key person longasita lo branch manager losuka khona. Noma nidala head office kithi ngoba silamba abane namake simelana. Nanifuna risito nakhona nifike nisidakala. Nengathi nje yanda ma business proposal nisonzele nawo. Kukhona ke lokusho lokudwa ngimake ukuthi bese ningithengela lo furnace cha lesikwenda ukuthi nesithinge ukunika le mali. In fact, before sekunika sifuna wente ama quotation at least 3 quotations per item. Bese yena sekunika le mali sine kude imali incane kakhulu lefika kuwena kungenteke ifike. We pay direct to suppliers. Mabe ndothi uthenga furnace uthenga ka Swaziwire. Sine will pay Swaziwire delivery. Mawuthenga inhlanyelo eKuba sadala kakhulu. Buwele ngefika mhlawumbe kungaba ukuthi ufunene kuhole kule project yakho. Then we can credit your account nale. Silandzela i-procurement procedure. Kude nje cash lesikunika yena sithi hamba uthenga. Lo cash siyakubhadalela le kuma-suppliers. Then when uthole le tinto nawe double that ukhona ekusele. Ngiyethemba ngiyavakala. Then ke kunamake lothiwa applyela i-poultry production facility. It's so unfortunate. Sine silibhange we do receive them applications. But ke nangabe libhange lingasi happy ngale application noma ingameet some certain requirements. We do write to the customer and see differentiate your application and let's allow my requirements that short down. Mangabe ngicela kuqedza magongo.
Abesatholela order. The order is just good enough for Kumalo.
Ngicela kuqedza magongo. Mangabe sithe si analyze the risk, kwaba i-risk lekukhanzakala ukuthi the bank cannot absorb. We also write to the customer and decline that facility. Sizawuthanda nje kwati ukuthi ungubani mhlawumbe nase sihamba sto check ama records ukuthi was there no correspondence leyeta kuwe ngoba kuthi imetal ehlala ihenge ebhange siye siclose konke mawusitakala yasitakala mawungasitakala we right back not unless sathola i-postal address level leti ncwadi teku-approve ne-decline siyatisayina akwendeki nje kube noma ngaba umit ema-requirements kunika at least 2 days kusiletha lama-requirements but nasekuphela about 3, 4, 5 days we write and defer that law sita-check-a loko namake simelane ukuthi ngabe kwendekani i-feedback ecustomeni it's very key i-communication nebhange it's very key nangabe kukhona lokungenzeki kahle sitawucheck-a nathi ngesishaye isifuba sithi sa-responda noma sa-communicate ne-customer but we will have to check and bese senda lo lokufanele make simelane akatholakala kabambi angathi noma bekanga-responda yini ngoba nginaye la ngenhlanhla leyo
Siyabonga. Maybe ngingakafiki uresponda kwabemagongo. Ngicela ungeda nje ku-your response kusisi lothi wafaka an application kaManzini. Ngingathi kwengeda kule response yaphuma lo kungaba ukuthi uthi sisi how can she trust the bank ngale fund lena nangabe lahluleka kumniketa 500,000 ungaba kuchaza nje ithi sonke lesikhona la ukuthi le export credit guarantee scheme this is government's effort and initiative usita emaswati ngoba siyathi ukuthi ema-SMEs abane struggling sekukhona ku-raise i-collateral which is normally required by emabhange mangabe nje uyoboleka kuba ukuthi utawubambisa ngani ngoba ibhizinisi yonke ine-risk. So hulumende came up with the guarantee scheme. Mbamba it is housed at Central Bank. So sekuthi nje na uboleka through Eswatini Bank ebhange then hulumende on your behalf bese uthi mina nda-offerisha lesibambiso 90% waso but when you also need to make a commitment yokuthi at least ufake loyo 10%. Uphendula babemagongo customer lami siyadana siyabonga for the compliment ukuthi we are a good bank. Lenguvile uma kakhuluma ukhale ngema-charges ebhange nokuthi we need to add our products kudzingeka i-credit card. Ngingathi your comments are well noted babemagongo. Ma-departments ethu la developer ama-products will take the recommendation ukuthi ama-customer ethu ayayidzinga i-credit card but nje lengingakusho ngikubona ukuthi phela imali yonke vele lebolekwa ebhange it's to be paid back ungabi ngile ndlela yokuthi njengoba babemagongo bekubeka ukuthi nifuna ngisebenzise yami imali iphi yakho Swazibank le ngidayisebenzisa but nje yonke imali lebolekwako iyatholakala without going to detail ukuthi kwabanjani kodwa nje babemagongo uyati ukuthi ema-responses eticelweni takhe tonke latendako uyawathola. Siyabonga.
Siyabonga kuphendula nje nangalamancane lasele la ukuthi can we consider reducing the collateral 10%? Bekunene lesikuthatako thina selibhanga ukuthi if you are starting a business, start small and grow. Kuye ngemandla akho. Njoba nje bengikhuluma the maximum credit you can get is 3.3. Angisho ukuthi saluhambi uyapplyela 3.3. Ungacala nanga 50,000, 10% wa 50,000 akana ufana newa 100. Akana ufana newa 1 million. Sengisho sibekunene lama features ale product kwahlala different stakeholders awabuketa awa-approve. Lokusho ukuthi ke if you are new ufuna ukucala kusebenta cala la ukhona khona utawuya nje every year uti-upgrade utawugcina ufikile la ufuna kufika khona na 10,000 nje ungamboleka na 50,000 ungamboleka na 100 na 1 million na 150 ungamboleka. Kulenza bake ukuthi we can develop someone bese siyamsebenzisa to promote the products. Vele we do that with the other products. It's just that lena nje i-stagnant ayisebenzi. Yethina zakwabo lenza bake ukuthi it's not well marketed. I don't want to believe it because the small scale guarantees on asebenta kahle kakhulu and there are so many people who are using it. But in the export lenga seven lesicela ukuthi liyisebenzise njengoba sesinibonile. Mina nje le register ngayithola ngawukhona kunilandzelela through yona. Manje simelane bengisho ukuthi awuphendulana naye eMadoda singena ku round yekugcina.
So with the idea and the letter of intent, which I qualified it for. Yeah, I learned it.
La tena masaka cement baba khona. La tena masaka cement ayikaphenduleka.
Kule idea, usaqala kule idea the letter of intent, which I qualified
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, loku submit wamake kuliqiniso ukuthi sike saba nayo vele i-challenge angeke ngithi sike saba nayo i-challenge with our dollar account, but libhange seliku-resolvile lokho. Sesinayo ne-correspondent bank which is a requirement for you to have a dollar account because you're going to receive my dollars outside the country. That has been resolved.
Okay, let me try and respond to Leaman. See, if you are a startup and you meet all the requirements, siyakona ukuthi utane letter of intent, utane contract, siyakona ukuthi, but you must meet all the requirements. Nako section. If when abofuna kuqala business at 2 million, but my requirements are kwavumela ukuqala nga 1 million, adjust uqale la bese uyakhula ke le business.
Kumbe kungeda kuloku babe kumalo lakusho kulama startups ngoba ngisebenzisana nawo cishe kakhulu. Kungaba kusho nje ukuthi ngiyathemba mbene kuma presentations lesibe nawo eliyawo noma mbe focus ku export. Uqala ibusiness udzinga into letiningi ungeke nje uthi uqala ngoba even if utawu export bakhulume earlier speaker la ngokuthi batawufuna nema samples aloku lokuproducer. So nangabe kude vele lo soke wakuproducer but so ufuna export, mina my advice would be libhange linawo lamanye ema products la sifinance akhona ema startups. Sishilo sathi kuna lesinye esithiwa small scale guarantee scheme le khona uhulumende through central bank nakhona uthi nangabe uyibusiness lensha ungaboleka up to 1 million. It khona-ke your contribution kuba 5%. And then uqala le business yakho. Then nangabe maybe seyikhulile le business, so ngakhona ukuthi uthole i-guarantee ya 85% la ufaka khona 15%. But then nasa utoqala ke seku-exporter, uthishilo lobeka presenter ukuthi even if udele export permit, it's recommended ukuthi affiliate nalabo sondozima, bathi nabathola lama order bakhona ukuthi uba supply na whatever lo produce wakho bakubhadale wena while they export the goods that you are producing. But mbamba vele ukuthi ungathi u-start up bese sevele sesikunika nalama permits exporter ngicabanga ukuthi kutabalula kwabona lokuthi uwathole because the business usengakayiqali ifana nokuthi ayikho le business, and we know very well ukuthi business iyakhula ifana ndawuthi I always nang-trainer laba phasi ukuthi business ifana nemuntu noma nemvana, so it grows iba nema-hiccups ayo ukhona la inkinga la ihlangabetana nayo. So for you ufike ku-level la sewu-exporter khona, you must have gone through maybe through lama stages business yakho, so wati ukuthi naloku leku-exporter it meets ama-standards cross-border market.
Siyabonga Mnguni. Kuleya semende ngiyacela bekunene ngoba lo mnyuta wenyuka so utola nzale mali. Kunema requirements lefuna uwamit uzukhona ukuthola imali ebhanki. Ngiyatsemba semba. Ngeke nje over the counter sengunika imali nsambo utsenga. Le mhlawumbe lo mnye la ngakuchaza umuntu. Le mali lesihleli nayo le ma customer ethu potential customers. Lefakwe bantu ukuthi sibatalise mase italisa ke siyiboleka wena sifuna sibuye ibhange lo number bamba balide imali yakho. Imali yebantu le funa ibuye funa futhi nasiyibolekisa sende le due diligence. Singabolekisi nje negligent. Ngiyatsemba semba.
Siyabonga bekhumalo. Ngiyacela ku-highlight just a few things ukuthi lama questions lesivulele ukuthi siwabude kube ngama-questions laphathelene with the export readiness training because sikhulumisa i-export guarantee scheme. La ngaphandle kwalawo we do acknowledge but siyacela ukuthi si-note the contacts labatawasherisha, then we approach the bank directly. Ngiyacela kulesikhathi to allow just 2 questions in line with the presentation. This is to begin with the next item. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu babekhumana export guarantee scheme. Siyabonga kakhulu kusizama njengelibhanki. Sitawuta silophakathi icebo ngitemukele. Umbutho wami lomkhulu ulapha sikhuluma nge-export, which means nyalo sesingena global market. Ukhompyutha nemlimi lomunye waseBrazil uyalima naye shukela ngiyabekisa ngoba nalakha siyawulima shukela. So yena indleko takhe tekuboleka imali i-research yasho kulala amanye amave ku-2%, 3% or at most 5%. Kude nalo prime sine sesiyakompyutha ulimile wena uyoboleka Eswatini bank. Indleko takho already vele seziseduru. Singenta njani? Lo prime uyakho abantu lo prime singeke samchilita yini. So because we are competing in the global market already I'm at a disadvantage because the cost are already high of borrowing. Kufuna ngiyokhompyutha ngifaka umkhiqizo wami emarket shukela. Sekuvele kungidulele ukuthi ngithathe le mkhiqizo wami. Singenta njani? What can we do so that we ensure ukuthi the issue of finance is real when you want, because the export talks about volumes. So ensure that we are poor, we are competitors with the market, and finance is the first thing. So for the market is we pay. So low prime wabantu ba nesibone thuna lakhe lasihamba so that we compete, because the majority of the African entrepreneurs, East Africa, when you read a story, they build unicorns basuka eNigeria, Kenya, raise imali Silicon Valley because it is cheap to borrow money America, but minela kagogo una prime plus 1%. Imbecolo le kana sithi nemaswati uthuthuka suku sesitawubamba lapha emthelweni ukuthi phela sitawubhadala i-tax ngiyatibutela nje nami ubutele emaswati kumatima kuboleka imali.
One last question.
Siyabonga babe imali ukuthi ube state Mdluli. Awulana bomb vele nami ngiyawela. Kepha nje ngifuna ukuphendula or ukugeka kule idea lokuthi asisebenzisi ngani le guarantee scheme. Siyabonga ukuthi wamnisi usilandzile. Siyabona nathi ukuthi hayi yona ndlela live lelingaphumelela ngayo ukuthi liye ekuphileni. Kodwa uba sibuke emuva nekusebenzisa i-guarantee scheme saba nezinkinga ngoba under EU yasilanza sima-pharmacy yayosikhombisa nale makethe leshe sasukuma ngemdlandla kodwa sisafeyila. Sifayiliswa yini-ke? Sifayiliswa ngule ndzawo la inyathele namhla wakamnisi kokuthi akube improved lokulungiselela. Umbuzo wami-ke baba mnye nje uyamjoyina yini, uyangena yini kuleli vakele ngemali ngoba vele ubuya lapha nje kule market satellite market balala khona bomake langetingubo nalungakhanda banema-products mina nje ngibone ukuthi awu kwaze kwaba kubi-ke sekushoneni kwelapha ngoba noma ngimncane ngangikhona ngishikitela kenyana kokuthi ngide naleyo group leyo iyekele nokuthi libala kumikise emakhatsana eSouth Africa la ngafakwa nesakeni akuka-grade akwentiwa shothi nje labe South Africa bayadla pha kodwa ngeke sisho. Ngabo ngicela nje Mdluli usikele ukuthi uyamjoyina yini wakamnisi ngokuthi kube khona more workshops even for the wider producer la kanje nawe nyuka uyespeak ngibo labenthatha inkomo labangafuni ukubhalisha letingabi in a box tikwati kuhamba nema-tourists. They need training. Lokho nje lenza ungangiphendula lapho nje ukuthi kuda kwakho usho kona ukuthi vele uhamba nathi. Kokugcina-ke bekunena ayibencane kunena ayibencane nje inkosi mafoko nyalo ngena umfazi historic in the country of Eswatini kokuthi umfati aphathe libanga. Mina ngiyabonga nje ngibonga kabi ukuthi akhona nakuma-tape lama-comments enu. Please analyze it for our daughter. Ntombi yethu leya make sibele analyze it uyomnika atokwathi ukuthi ashintshe imiyawo lwaleli bhange lethu. A new broom sweeps clean. So kufike kahle nje lokho wafika nabantu abanjengakuba bemagogo vele basi hayi ungakwati khumana. It's an advantage on the other hand lokuthi kule session le sibe nabantu laba genuine kokuthi mina ngishile la kanti siyalithanza inkosi yami leli bhange lethu. Sibonga nalethi inkomishi mabhongo lwathi balele ngoba letho tibambe le youth yethu levele namhla yasishaya siworried. So siyabonga nomsebenzeli wendaba. Bye.
Siyabonga kakhulu nami ngidlulisa kuqibongela. Ngidawucela ukuthi le mibuto leminingi letemva iphendule manje Simelane. Kodwa nje angikaphenduli ngitsanza kusho kuba beMnisi ukuthi anytime asidzinga akasibili. Njengoba asho nje make lapha ukuthi a new broom sweeps better. Vele nathi siniketiwe le mandate yethi asiyofuna ema-custom. Ngikhohlwe emafomu ekunigcwalisisa nje ngase ngiyanigcwalisisa. Umphathi wethu uyafuna ukuthi ungathi lonke eLeswati ngaba ne-account eSwazini. Ngiyanicela nje lokunene lababheke embabane benge bashaye uma lungakuphi sesifuna kujoyina libhange labo. Kepha nje bekunene lengifuna kukusho nginako. Ngicela ukuthi ingqondo tethu siswishe kulokukhomplayina kakhulu ngoba sesifikile. Ibuye la ekuthenini lithi ibhange singasebenzisa. Nibuye linengqondo yokusebenza. Nithathe ingqondo tekhomplayina nitibekele. Futhi lonemandla ngoba labaningi benze bakhulile ekucala emabhizinisi siyakhona nekuqalisa ngaphandle kwale export. Nite eSwazibank senisithi ntoqasha le youth lelwabo la ngaphandle. Siyafuna nayo kuyifinance mina nje sebaningi lengibafinance le youth. Semadoda seninciphise ukukhuluma manje sesisebenza etandla nengqondo sibone ukuthi ngete esaphila yini. Ngiyacela silofuna kusebenza akete kithi. We will share our contact with babeMnisi. Nidaseniba nawo nonke nami ngiyayicela ne-register lokhona kunitsinza sekubambeni sekushoda. Silibhange siyafisa kusebenzisana nani. Nakule ndzaba yema-accounts nje nani ngadecide nithi angibuye nginonivulisa ngidawuthumela umuntu. Ngathi ngifike embabane ngilethe umuntu atonivulise ema-accounts. Ngicela make Simelane angiphendulele the last question.
Siyabonga kakhulu, siyabonga Khumalo, siyabonga tikhulumile tonke lemibuto lephakanyisiwe ngoba yenda ukuthi kuchazeke kangconywana. Umbuto wekucala ngiyacela ukuthi nkosami labaningi bebangadisho ukuthi babobani so kwakuhle ukuthi umuntu umateksi ungubani but umbuto wekucala kubuye kubhuti ukhulume ngokuthi lo prime wabani. Kungaba kusho nje ukuthi besichazile ukuthi in fact le product export credit guarantee scheme akusiyo isikhwama lesisha. Ngalo 2021 sa revamp kwalungiswa lama conditions ngoba besivele sikhona for years but eMaswati bekangasebenzisi as it is housed under a central bank. So kwaphinze kwahlanganwa iMinistry of Commerce nabo bonke labaphansi kwahulumende nemabhange kwahlalwa phansi ukuthi so kodwa kungalungiswa ini kuze kuthi lama conditions abe suitable for eMaswati. So kwase sekuyavunyelwana ke ukuthi i-price yalama loans itawubekwa ku prime +1. Siyathi ukuthi ama-products onke asemabhange mancane kakhulu la prime +1. Avama abana ko prime +4 up to go prime +9. But nge-negotiation yahulumende kwaba ukuthi lesi asibuyiswe phansi prime +1 njengoba sisho ukuthi prime nje u7.5 uyehla vele i-central bank yamehlisa ngekubuka simo semnotfo la ngaphandle. So uma ehla ku-edwa only 1%. So kwavumela nabantu abaningi akusiyo price nje +1. Siphinde sibonge, I think it was more of a compliment and a comment. Manje bengicela ngiyamkhumbula make sekuphinde kusiya make khatha ngishenga ngathi make bhujela sengiyamphatha phambathisi. Siyabonga kakhulu make bekakhuluma kona ukuthi silibhange asiphumele ngaphandle sibambisane na-APA ku-advertiser le scheme and other products ukuthi sibhange likhonela eMaswati. Siyasebenzisana vele na-APA make lena ayisiyo yokuqala njena le presentation le sike sayenta lenye ngaphambilini kanye na-APA for bona laba exporter. So ama-trainings vele si-available for ku-trainer nanoma ngimuphi lo sesephasi njengoba sishilo nje ukuthi noma akasiyelo exporter but nje lo saqala waqala ibhizinisi noma it's a medium enterprise we are available. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Babe Kumalo, for the presentation. My contact, Emeganje, Babe Mazbuse Kumalo, it is 7602-8942. 7602-8942. Yamalo Kamgile Smelani, it is 7602-9234. 7602-9234. Siyabonga kakhulu, and we would encourage you to interrogate indaba and get more information on the scheme so that we can better utilize the leti available for our use. Kulesikhathi ngicela sithathe a breather and come to reality, as some of us have been saying. Siyadiva letinto niyatikhuluma ngalapho on your end kuhle, but anathi lokuthi sendlula kuphi thini from where we stand or what we see. At this time ngicela kumukela one of you who is a director of Smiling Through Investments and an award winner of Eswatini Exporters Awards for 2022. He was awarded just last month for Youth Entrepreneur of the Year. Ngicela semukele Gcina Dlamini.
I remember quite very well the years how we started at the university. We started Smiling Through. I think it was 2013. We'll be celebrating 10 years next year. The journey has been so hard. And we really appreciate the people who were so straight to us to say no, they can't help us. Because those no's, those rejections really helped to make who we are today, but we never gave up. So imagine being a young entrepreneur, having all the ideas, the business plan we taught very well in the university. We craft them and go to the bank and seek for money. I will not mention names of banks. I'm so diplomatic, but we appreciate the bank telling us, because you know this loan guaranteed scheme, it doesn't work. It's something on paper. You know the money which is in the bank, it's for people. So we need collateral so that we ensure the money comes back. It was so sad, but it helped us, because we say, you know what, we'll never ever again come to the bank and ask for money. Let us go and craft our own store. The little that we got, will be so responsible to reinvest it. It was tough, and growing the business a bit by bit. You know, we started producing on 1 hectare. By then we were using the university farm. And then we moved into 3 hectares. Like what Mr. Kumalo was saying, we moved into 8 hectares, 15 hectares. I think now we can even manage 1,000 hectares, growing and learning, failing, making mistakes. And those mistakes helped us. It was hard, Sometimes you feel like you're being banned because in the market, it's a big boys table. So no one will call you, come and sit. Yeah, you need to grab a chair and sit so that you contribute to the big boys table. So it was hard. We committed to ourselves when we graduated. You know, all the certificates we have, we laminated them and then we kept them somewhere. We have never sold them. And we kept on learning, accumulating more, but not to go and look for employment, but to open our learning, our thinking, our creating tenacity to say we're entrepreneurs and creating jobs. So it has been a nice hard journey. And then let's come to exporting. We started our journey, like in our business plan, export is the main thing. So we had a dream to say, we want to be the leading, our mission, to be the leading producer of quality agricultural products in Africa, so that we help provide quality food to Africans, because we know the situation of food insecurity in Africa is serious. So that's simple what we wanted and we were all for. So export has been our thing, and driving motivation. We have a population of approximately 1.2 million. It's just a small population. So the outside is big, is huge. You just need to position yourself very well. So that was our strategy, and even today, to say we want to go to the global markets. We want to be players, to add and take a share in the big boys table. So we'll share our journey, how it all started. Like we say, if you want to go for export by Marco, you need to be ready. So what we do in terms of our export, we're on the baby vegetables. So we produce baby vegetables because we discovered a niche that just the Kingdom of Eswatini, we can compete in the, even in South Africa, because we know the farming, agribusiness in South Africa is most of the time white-led. So white people, they use machinery. So, and then another thing, in South Africa, it is so tough to get employees. A South African has a TV, a smartphone. Once they get it, they will leave you. But you are so blessed in Eswatini. We have people who can commit, if you can also commit. So we took that advantage to say baby vegetables, fresh produce, want to enter the market, and doing it climate smart and doing it fun for us, so that you also have a nice good background on the back. You take selfies, and yeah, you keep your story, you make it fun. 8 to 5, this is our 8 to 5 farming, always on the farm. And yeah, next slide, please. So baby vegetables is what we produce, and ensure that we produce it with quality, because we have the client in mind. We have specifications, because the customers outside the country, they will give you specifications. The inches of your baby marrow needs to be this size. Once you miss it, you are doomed. And baby vegetables is not for those who are chancing, or Facebook farmers. These days we have a lot of Facebook farmers. So if you miss your harvesting with 30 minutes, it's off. The market cannot take it. So you need to ensure that you have the quality, what the customer works, because they will give you specification, because this is what we want. So you will harvest in the morning, during the day, in the evening. And this one is so good for young people, because in 6 weeks you start making money, and the clients start paying you. So next slide. So we also do maize, because we have been managing 30 hectares of land. Now we've become to around 100 or so, expanding. So maize is part of our value chain, to ensure that we crop rotate, and then we ensure that we increase our revenue turnover. And we also help the country know these days there's a shortage of maize, but NMC know where to find us, and they've been coming, because we have all the maize and beans. Next slide, please. And then beans, no smiling through without beans. This has been our thing ever since we started smiling through in the university. And we've been known as the bean boys, and we don't have a problem. Beans. So we've been crafting our story. You know, you can produce beans even if you wake up me on the sleep. We have all the tactics. How to maximize in a hectare to get the maximum yield. There is no production, there is no smiling through without beans. And we're so determined, and we know why. Beans are imported in our diet in Africa. They have been known as the poor man's meat, but things have changed. This is the rich man's meat. If you go into a buffet, the white guys will not go for your meat. They will go for your beans because of the health benefits. So everywhere we go, to the US, to the UK, we carry our beans. We once speech to Queen Elizabeth. She even know today the story of bean jam. So we see it, that's where we started the base of the value chain, started exporting it to South Africa. Then now we have Lesotho, special variety, Noah 45, which is a Bao 45 variety. So we produce seed for Lesotho. Specifically, they say they just need the Bao 45 seed, of which Emaswati, the majority of them, they don't know. But in Jetson is that is Kwaka. And there are nice beans out there with a lot of nutritional content. So we produce seed. That's how we start helping us depends on seed security. And then the table showing the specs one and that they have tools and we package them and so they are in the shelf according to your space. Because whatever you do in export, it's not on your tab, it's on the client. What client? So you need to meet the quality, you need to pack that. It will move on the shelf. You need to do all your things. Different one, all the babies, your baby corn, yellow petty pen, green beans, so all those babies, because that's a niche. You know, during COVID-19, every farmer can produce a market. And of baby, I can make an example, baby mar, 100 grams, it's 2,500. So a normal farmer cannot go and produce that. Yellow petty pens, 2,500. So this is a niche market, not anyone can enter. Chilies, it's one of the largest traded thing, even on the global stock exchange. So those are the niche things that we produce so that we cover up. And then as we're moving with the value, then in shelf, sometimes we'll see our brand, sometimes we'll see brand of the market. We'll be packaging using their terms and saying this is fresh marketing, but not so worried because the money will be on our pocket, no big deal. And then in terms of the processes, yes, you can move on. Exporting by Macom, complain in a bad way. You need to manage because they will give you a booklet. Yeah? So they tell you to meet condition. Are you ready to sign up to this big game? Like you'll go into condition of purchase. In terms of condition of purchase, you will deal. Ready now, I'll start. Just start. And then you will be fixing other things as you progress. When we started to export, we never had certification. Our client just gave us a year to say, you need to have global gap certificate. They say, okay, sure. We never knew where we'll get the global gap, how much it costs. We say we're in. And then as we progress, we mastered and we got assistance. So what is greater vision precedes greater opportunities. You need to have a vision and you need to write it down. Have a vision board in your office, in your house, and then opportunities will come in line with your vision. So don't wait for a perfect moment. Start. A lot of things you have to ensure chemical residue and hygiene policy. Your produce doesn't have chemicals for us who are dealing with people's life. I usually say a farmer can cause this economy to stay. We can kill anyone if we decide to. That is why these Facebook farmers, they are so dangerous. They, umuntu nje uyasebenza ubone uve ukuthi kunemali ka farming so olimi akathi ukuthi kufuthwa njani naso futhi lo mascate esingakani wena ubuka leli kabishi lelikhulu lelihle leli kanti the most beautiful one is the most dangerous one. So ufuna ubuke leli ngathi idliwe esilwane kwasurvive isilwane now utawusurvive. So you need to ensure that you know all the policies when you are producing. You need to know all the policies so that you ensure that you don't kill people. Do your product analysis, like what they were saying, minimum residue level. You need to take your produce to the laboratory. So the closest laboratory that we have for minimum residue level is Nelspruit, because we don't have one in the Kingdom of Eswatini. So you have to take your product with analysis before you can send it for export. So we do that. You need to cold chain. You need to move your produce. It depends. For our case, it's fresh produce, so it needs to move cold. And then well in place. And then you need to ensure that your weight specification. If they sample a punnet, you are saying this is 400 grams of baby marrow. When they sample, they need to ensure that it is the right specification. So it doesn't need to be below, it needs to be accurate or above. They usually don't, and when it's above, so it's beneficial. And then immovable asset as a collateral. Oh, okay. The only collateral we had was our degree certificates. Can you use this one? We'll keep it with you. We don't have anything, but you can take it and then we'll go and produce. The bank say the procedures, this is how it is written on paper. So it will never happen. So it's a real issue. But you don't have to cry, you need to make a plan. Look for opportunities. How we got access to finance, it's a moving. You know, when it is raining and your car has some problems, you know, moving vehicles around Malakwa will never know which we have a problem. If you just park your car and you get busy with your phone, no one will know you have a problem. What you need to do if you need help, get out of the car. If it needs pushing, be pushing, and all the other cars will see, because this person wants to go, they will stop and help you. But if you are inside the car, but awucabanga ukuthi uyesaba make khathamba ukushayela nalina liduphula khona abantu labasabashayela bakwendlulu. So to issues of finance, start. There is no person who can finance Mflongakata or trap him. Start with what we have. They were saying the issue of starting of businesses on garage or using what we have. That's what the developed world is using. Entrepreneurs in America are starting their businesses on home garage. They're using what they have. So it's a challenge, yes, it's true, but finance will find you on the way. So when we started smiling through in 2013, no finance, we got some 1 or 2 grants to produce seeds, and then around 2016 when we graduated, we got a grant from Kickstart, we built our seed processing plant, and then in 2019, 2020, we were knocking aggressively to banks. And then we got one assisted us with a small loan, 365,000. We put our contribution, and you know, now we're working around facilities of 5-10 million. You grow. Don't put it as a stopping point. As a good imali. Labeti imali bahlele ekhaya vele bethe my business. That's an excuse. And then you need to be aware of the biggest challenge. We are competing in a global market with global players because we are exporting. So you need to raise your standard, ensure you produce quality, and you compete. It's a game of volumes, like I've said. You need to enjoy economies of scale. When produce in 1,000, 2,000 volumes, the minimum you can produce is a hectare. It depends on the crop you're producing. But for us, baby vegetables, less than a hectare, it's not viable because we need to break even. And then, like I've said, it's a game of volumes. When you are speaking export volumes, sometimes it is easy to consolidate with other people and you have a cycle. Because make khathams uproducer uhlanyela namhla mina ngihlanyela leli letako so that nakuvuthwa kutavuthwa ngekuhluka. So for us, borrowing 30 hectares, we have the cycle inside the farm. So we know it's every Monday, Wednesday, Friday we're delivering for clients. Tuesday, Thursday we're harvesting. Saturday we're harvesting and packaging. So it's a game of volumes. And you tend to enjoy economies of scale. Lolime kancane tindleko takhe tsetulu ngalolime kakhulu. So but utawati nasokusebenta. An important point, the only challenge that you have as an entrepreneur is yourself. Your vision is your limit. There is no challenge. It's the only challenge you set for yourself. So set the opportunity, your vision, know where you want to go, and the challenges will be a fuel to make you a better entrepreneur. Always work on written orders or letters of intent. In the export market, minimize the word of mouth. Write an email, write a message so that it will be approved. It will also unlock a lot of opportunities for you. So minimize mistake by using your word of mouth. So it is important to work on something that is written down. And then in terms of opportunities, in terms of the export market, there are a lot more than AGOA. In Africa, we have something called African Continental Free Trade Agreement. I can't wait for that one. I don't know why the Kingdom of Eswatini is not signing already, because we need to benefit. You know, around this time, before COVID, I went to a country called Chad. It's so poor, 99% Muslim, few Christian. So I saw opportunities there. There are people there, they are languishing in poverty, but a lot of opportunities. Even the chief of that country gave me a land. I'm still going to go back and utilize that one. So around that time, around May, June, those people are enjoying fresh mangoes like nobody else. And they are rotting in the villages. The people don't nice mangoes as an entrepreneur. So this is an opportunity. If I ship this using Ethiopian Airlines to South Africa, that's lucrative because it's off season. So African continental free trade, we need it. Our head of state needs to sign it. It's good we can export to AGOA, but Africa can trade amongst itself. There are a lot of the differences and opportunities. Our climatic conditions are different. When it's summer this side, it's winter in another continent, and then the crops, which means we can produce the whole year round. African continental free trade, we need it. We are praying for our head of states to sign. Now, mixing for Egypt, just take it without any difficulties, because the reality, it is tough to take something from here to Egypt other than taking it to France. I wonder why. Because of the bridges or the boundaries we have created amongst ourselves. COMESA, a lot of opportunities for us in seed. We are COMESA certified. We can send seed to Kenya without any tariff. We can send seed to any COMESA country without any problem. So those opportunities, SADC, a lot of opportunities. So the kingdom of Eswatini is too small for us to do business. We will fight amongst ourselves. Let's go out today. Nelspruit fresh produce market is there. Joburg, take the produce. And then another good thing, being paid in dollars, in pounds. It's an opportunity. It's so nice to be paid on those currencies, but calculate very well. And then unlimited market. We are competing in the global market. 1.2 million is no longer a limitation for you. We have vast amount of customers. South Africa alone. You'll be shocked that South Africa needs beans, whereas they are boas there for their school feeding project. So a lot of market, not mentioning ukuthi ngawusupply kwangaka nabomzala afuna ngitize khohlwa nganivekutiza, but awutiza ngesitize thina siye eMpumalanga sihambize emabhontshisi ethu ngeke sidizele ukuthi sitawuthengisa ku. A lot of customers have turned them down. You need to pay you a bribe, but it's your job. Huh? And then I'm helping you to sell a fresh produce in your shop. You are asking for a drink. Bye-bye. Produce. So the market is market because we move now 7 and let's fight corruption. And then diversity as Africans or the global way I've said about the issue, it's an opportunity. You can grab it and sell mango this time. And then data is very key. Know the numbers in the game of export. What's happening? Now Ukraine and Russia war, soya, sunflower, corn. There's a lot of, know the statistics. It's a game of data so that you enjoy the market, the good prices when demand and forces of demand and supply. Go and export and have fun. So it's a nice game to play in the export market, but you need to be ready for the sleepless nights. You won't sleep. You need to be ready for consignment, because now at the fresh mark of a container, baby maro, green beans, pack shops, just pay. So but you create a lot of job opportunities. So here we're playing for maize and beans, I guess, for well food program, one of our well buyers. So supplying them with food. In Eswatini, Mozambique, when there is shortage, World Food Program, a UN organization. So we are behind them, say, feed the people, save life, will produce. So that's the game we play, and it's a nice game. So I think I've shared everything. Yeah. Yes, Gomos. Yes. Okay.
Thanks, ngicela be recorded my question. Ngifuna nje kubuta ukuthi nibhanga nabani manje. Lengathi futhi uyanijabulisa. I out of curiosity nje I'd like to know, Mr. Dlamini.
That is private and confidential.
No, please share it. Please share it.
Yeah.
Now ngathi Standard Bank no good akusho ukuthi sengihamba ngiyobeba imali kibo no.
Okay.
I just really would like to know.
So in our own experience, amabhanga afana.
Okay, but leli site wena konke lo ngikhombise kona. Ngubani who's behind you? Leli bhange la ukhona kuthola about 360,000 you mentioned. I'm just asking out of curiosity.
Okay, thanks Marco. Ndakutshela ngela uNkulunkulu, it is God. God connected us, huh? Yeah, to finance and anything that we need. God is there, He's real, huh? So ndakuphendula ngela.
Sinvusele.
Yes, sir.
I think firstly it would be to congratulate Umlangeni and the smiling through. Yes, they have done well, and as a Kuluma, I am smiling because I'm realizing we are in totally different fields, but this is exactly some of the steps I have taken in doing what I do. So siyabonga to have somebody who's probably producing at a higher level than some of us are doing in the different fields we are. But I'm noticing a problem. There is a gap corner where there is no connection between the farmer and the relevant ministries and those that should be taking care of Lama farmers, Lama producers. It's sad, embarrassing. Would see you will have a producer like Angwane having to transport their produce to Nelspruit to go and be tested Guma labs. We've got e-science and technological park. Why is there no department le corner that handles that? You understand? Because you're producing here, you've got e-workforce le corner, we've got universities here, we've got people who are studying, who are doing those relevant fields. But Gufuna Nangul Dlamini, after having done all the work up in Zahamba Elokunj. So we produce here, but we take luxury in giving out money that we should be keeping within the borders. So Nivunga Zutsi, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Trade, they need to be here and making sure which Laoma loopholes are covered. So whatever relevant industry you are in, Emma problems that you are faced as a producer, they need to handle. Babema Kongo earlier on mentioned Dinza Baye, Ima truck drivers being attacked, the xenophobic attacks and what that are happening, Legepan. Itolo, I touched on them, but there isn't a link. The link is there on paper, but in being practical, the practicality of it, it is non-existent. So it's like we do lip service, if I seem to be complaining. It's where we then tend to go at it on our own, because the people that are meant to be our parents at the top are not assisting us in the relevant manner that we need to be assisted. We need to be assisted. Labanye, because they are not practicing, don't have the understanding of it. And when you correct and you provide the assistance with, no, this is what I need assistance with, but for me to be assisted, but because you've got that relevant information who's on the ground, you know, you're pushed aside, you know. My counterparts in the ministry I'm in will know, just a bit. Now, being in the arts, I understood good see the majority of the people we have love and don't go to Emma galleries. So what I would do is on a setup leganje, I'm an artist, ngicela your stage. I will set up my canvas. This event would have been translated into a painting. I would have done 2 days. By the time we finish, by you looking at the painting, you know what has been happening in the past 2 days. That was my way of marketing and advertising. Now, what I do is whether you've bought or not, nitawuphuma ngina 5 with my customers. Low 5 customers will order whatever they're ordering from me. I will pay what I charge. We understand. And that grows. Bona, they become those that are marketing me further. I did that. I figured to a level where I'm saying you've reached the roof lagangwane. The same way I was using to market, I employed that in South Africa, which is why I'm saying I have gone and found spaces where I can exhibit and showcase, where Emma galleries, through the ministry that we've got, they could be linking us to galleries across, because, you know, South Africa has national galleries that should be, you know, accessible. So that gap, so that when, as a farmer, you are done producing, we shouldn't be building Emma white elephants. Be able to take a product, yako isuge plazin, lako nomi isuge spofaneni, ayingen hambi to be tested, so that you know what you're doing. And the time that you cut, you know, between waiting for Emma results, it's a lot. Those are small things that can be fixed. So nakna suguma bantu in the relevant ministries to fix those things. By lip service. Siyabonga.
Siyabonga. Tawulunga. Makhala kakhulu ngile angitawulunga. It will be fine. So don't complain. So I've noted, yeah, a lot of opportunities for researchers. We need a lot of labs in Eswatini. We need to test our staffs a lot. Even copyrights, protecting, we need to protect our ideas. So we're hoping that space will open up, financiers will be there to help. So like I've said, write your vision down and write it very well. At the right time, it will come to pass. And we so much appreciate the role that have been played by USAID. You know, like they've said, their office is not there. We network, we met, there is USAID, how can you help us? A lot. Training, cross-border tool. We've been trained virtually because there was a lot of COVID by that time. So the training, co-financing in terms of certification, lot along the way. Babekhumana make simelana ngente nje sicoce ngelanje neproposal ya 8 million. Singayicoci uthi libhanga libuke lapha agribusiness funa kuthenga farm. So ngente yasicoce ngelanje no I approve nje within 72 hours. Ngoba mnanzi kuphelele konke leti info botibude lapha. So ngaba nalomnye umbuzo.
Mine is to start off by congratulating Umlangen. As a young person, I think he becomes a pallbearer and he flies not just the national flag at a higher level, but his story is a reflection of the gaps that are in existence within our government and basically all stakeholders who have the role or the mandate to push for integration and ensuring that we have positive outputs. I just want to put it out there, Guti, Africa has a population of about 1.4 billion. And that's about 17% of the world population. But there's a scramble for Africa, whether it's from export or import, but there is a scramble. That gives you the impression that there is something sought for in this continent, and we need to take advantage of us being in that position where the rest of the world wants to be a part of us and start defining how the world can be a part of us. Mine is just to encourage Lama stakeholders to stimulate and protect Lama local markets by creating the linkages and the trade value chains, to create an Alama trade maps Latau promoter le ease of trade amongst people or amongst young people, because I stand for an organization that works with young people, so that sikhone nanathi kuyibona competitive edge yethu silive and position ourselves in the greater scheme of things within the region and within the continent. I think it's high time we take advantage of the agreements that we have both regionally and continentally, and we open up the doors to markets and start ensuring that we trade amongst ourselves. The reality is we can create new economies within the existing economies. But in order for us to do that, we need to create synergies, because what's happening on the ground is there's a lot of work that's been done, but it's done in silos. So everybody's duplicating or doing things that are quite similar. And as a result, we are not having a forward projection. Kwami kukucela, Umlangeni having stood here as an encouragement for everybody who's sitting in the room today, who actually shines the light and shows us that it's possible. We need to rally behind such great minds, and let's see how we can support not just him, but every other Liswati. That is my contribution, Yabong.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngikhumbula president wase Rwanda is a good model. Paul Kagame uthi, how can we be fed by a population of 400 million Ukrainians when we are 1.4 billion in Africa? There is a problem. In Africa, we have one of the best fertile soils, the biggest rivers, but we're relying on Ukraine. Something needs to change. And we need to be so aggressive because we don't know when that will end. So thank you so much. Let's continue learning. Let's continue collaborating as a Maswat. We can do it. We can revive the economy because Shona pass. But together we can collaborate Eswatini, collaborate Africa, and let's export and have our footprint felt in the global economy. It's possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dlamini. Wasn't that just inspirational? The fact that it's real, it's happening, and you can further connect with him, network with him. I mean, you'll grow as well. And thank you so much also for the cited support that is available to every one of us to implement all these lessons that we are getting from this. We have eaten into our lunch break. So may I please release you to quickly attend to your stomach matters as fast as you can. We are supposed to be back at 2. I hope that's possible, but I will remind you towards the time. So if we could please just receive the blessing this afternoon. Father, we give thanks and receive your blessing upon the meal we are about to receive in Jesus' name. Amen. Shall we proceed there as fast as we can, please? We are quickly going into our next session for the afternoon. Thank you. We are quickly going into our session this afternoon. And be online. So ngiyacela ukuthi ni emehlweni akhone ukubheka ngala silalele kunalaba online labatasi presentela on e-commerce and digital marketing. Lokusho ukuthi ngaphansi kwemarketha yo exports batasisita ukuthi uyenda njani e-commerce ne digital marketing yakho. Firstly, we'll have Renee, who is in the USA Trade Hub Africa platform. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Ngicela Babe Thami Dlamini to come and introduce Lolo Tasi presentela this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Nambuso. Kule session lesiyakiyo, we are talking about e-commerce digital marketing, and ngifuna nje ukuchaza kancane ukuthi it's part of what we have been talking about. You can market your commodities uhleli la and sell them into the US and sell them into South Africa and other destinations. We talked about that at length, how it cuts costs. So we have two speakers. The first one is Renelo Mataba. She works with us in the Lesotho office. She helps the portfolio yaga e-commerce, including Amazon and other e-commerce platforms that she's going to explain. And then we have Giselle. Giselle works with the Africa Trade Platform, and I would really like to interest EMA entrepreneurs on the Africa Trade Platform. It's a platform where you are able to meet buyers online, and she will also explain how you get the verifications that we talked about, how you get to be vetted and how the buyers get to be vetted so that you do not lose money, so you can meet buyers, you can meet logistics providers, so that we can be able to exchange commodities, sometimes even without physically meeting each other. I'll hand over to Renele and then Giselle after that. Then I think the MC will help us with handling questions. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. There's a bit of an echo from my end. There's a bit of an echo from my end. I'm not echo at your end as well. There's an echo at your end as well.
Yeah, we can hear the echo. Yeah, we can hear the echo. I think you can go ahead.
I can go ahead. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Sani Bonani, Maswati Lamahle. I cannot hear you from your end.
We can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I will just continue. I guess when you turn off the mic, then the echo then disappears. So I would just maybe just continue from my end.
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me quickly share my screen. Thank you for the opportunity to present on the exciting world of e-commerce. E-commerce has never been more relevant now, and especially after the COVID-19 pandemic and beyond. E-commerce is a huge platform, and we'll try maybe just to give a bit of pointers on our experience as well as the USA Trade Hub on e-commerce. My name is Renele Mataba, and I am the country My apologies. I noticed that there was a network challenge.
I think we're good to go.
Okay. Okay. I will continue. The presentation, what is e-commerce, online shopping platforms, and the importance of certifications or FDA label review when one is shipping to the United States.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm hoping you can all hear me clearly. I see there's a little bit of an echo, but we're just going to go with it. I am Giselle Curry, manager at the African Trade Platform. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself today and to present the platform to Eswatini. Okay. So I'm not sure how many you are aware, or how many. I'm not sure being on. You are aware, or how many being on. What I'm going to do is introduce the platform, how it works, how benefits are, to verify, supplier, and so forth. Okay. Right. So the African Trade Platform was founded in 2019. All right. The ATP platform has partnered with USAID, Southern Africa Trade Investment Hub, to increase trade within the sub-Saharan Africa region, and the rest of the world. Okay, the African Trade Platform is an innovative marketplace, which it works to an algorithm to match trade stakeholders in a transaction, enabling efficiency in the trade process. So if you're a buyer looking for a product, the African Trade Platform matches potential trades while linking supportive and logistics providers. Your transaction should be a totally smooth, and then the whole transaction with more confidence. So ATP in a nutshell, live on one platform. You know, a lot of the buyers and suppliers have data worried issues with, you know. So if you're a buyer, how do I know my supplier is legit? Can I trust that the seller is paid is my product guarantee. So if you're a supplier, you know, how much am I selling my market my product? How do I am I export ready and so? So this is where the platform comes in. Knowing that your trade is going to be a smooth process, because we're going to verify the suppliers. So the worries of taken away. Okay. So the benefit of the platform, there's no cost to start. So what do you register on the platform? You can upload your product once we verify. So the platform is for everybody. There's no priority commodity. Products that are uploaded are actually all the company brand. So there's no supplier details, no buyer details, all remain transparent. The only is one transparent is one have the purchase order. Everything on there is full transparency. And the details, etc. So what we do in African platform, we want to be your trusted partner. We verify every supply and on the So what we do is we document company documents. And so once we've uploaded the buyers of the platform have done due diligence on every one of you. We make sure the products are we have partners in regions checking that the products are there, we arrange to be tested on the product, the track itself. So we do all the work on your page is authentic. So we have a three status registration level on the platform. So what happens is you can sign up via okay, and then all you do is they're not going to ask you to register. Step. Make sure that your email address, it's just your basic. It's just your basic. You can't really go see your product for view a detail. The third step would be this is where we want to get everybody. Suppliers verified on the platform with it. So once you're verified, we have access to the platform and upload your product. So once your products are uploaded, we'll verify that everything's order, and then your product is across the world to view. The next one. Okay, let me just switch off. Okay, apparently I need to switch off. Not sure that helps. Okay. 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 All right. So. Let's in a nutshell. Okay. So if for example, academic buyer and you and you take a day, I need to get rid of this, I need to get rid of your product to all buyers across the world. So we have a set database of buyers that we then send an email to with saying, we have macadamias or tea tree or whatever have you, and are you interested? So we have a big database of buyers across the world, which then, if they are interested, can view your product, and then what happens is they can bid on your product through the platform, and you'll then do a draft contract until you both agree with regards to logistics and so forth, and then the purchase order will be set into place. Okay, so the platform is there to make your trade transaction, I'm there to assist you where possible. You need any with marketing, help you, like I said, logistics, finance, are you trade, and so we like you to join it. If you like to set up to join it, if you help you register, set up please get in touch with Martin. Send you my details. Martin, send you my details, or help you process the registration. If you look at any trade transactions, and I will upload tea tree. I will upload tea tree at twice. We email that product, and the buyers come back. Product, the buyers come back. The whole flyer, for example, with that 10 to 20% buyers are in demand for that product, and which is a great benefit for the supplier. Great benefit for the supplier. We have a big base of buyers. We then send out base of buyers, and we then send out outside. And everything happens. Everything happens to parents, and then, like I said, makes it a whole. You're in the process with you. Have aggregation of many of the. So what we're doing is because the platform was idea in mind of exporting. We have a lot of suppliers. Who have cosmetic oil, negotiations with you, to one warehouse, product for vintage goods, for example, Amazon in the US, take lots and so forth. That's what looking forward to. But if you have any questions, if you to Martin, and he will send you all my information. Thank you so much. Afternoon, everyone. Hello.
Yes, just can you just do this on registration application project my side, and then you're just gonna comment on the registration application.
You're breaking up terribly. Sorry, say that again.
I'm gonna project from my side the slides that I would like you to just go through quickly, because I think the voice was breaking from our end.
Okay, perfect.
Project from my side. Just give me a minute.
Sure.
Maybe Martin, we just go. The problem. That's the contact details. Services, yeah, will include all the content in the emails that we'll send. It's on. Must be the. Hello.
Hi.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Giselle. Maybe we'll just put up a summary, because it does seem like we have a serious network issue where we are. So okay. I'll just summarize slide about the presentations. Let's go to slide 8, Martin. The African Trade Platform, one of the reasons the presentation is this is a platform through which you can trade globally. A platform, Lena, that was put together by the USA Trade Hub and Servest. Servest Capital is a capital provider, Lenkulu, from South Africa. So we'll put up the email, the website. Trading. So for you to trade, firstly, they need to do background check because you are dealing cross-border, and it's the things we've talked about. But you need to avoid working nebantu labete elmuva labete ema records. So they verify both you as the supplier, but even the buyer. Anyone notes, I would like to buy dry beans, this many tons, will be on the platform because they have verified that he is a buyer, and he does not have a bad credit history. So once they verify you, physically, what you do, it's between you and the platform. You register yourself, they verify, and then you are ready to trade. So nineleben khalang ma inputs bo dlamin lapha batsenga more beans or more bean seed, you can find it there. Or when you have commodities to sell, you can flag that on the platform. And what the platform does, the customers come to you because they use what they call algorithms. Lokuhlanganisako ukuthi na ufuna ama-tons langaka amabhontshisi, it will pick up ukuthi ngibani lona amabhontshisi akuphi aseMalawi, and even the logistics. So a whole code will come up with all the details that you need. Even when you are selling, the buyer will also get the same service from the platform. So it's one of the platforms that we already have firms utilizing. Here in Eswatini, it saves on time, it saves on costs, and it also cuts down a lot of things. Because to verify the buyer, you will need to go to a lawyer, and it's very costly and it's time consuming. So the platform does And then on the first presentation, I'm not sure if they sent you the presentation. I think that we have spoken about. I had asked Renata to speak on the various platforms that online as now. Even to sell online through South African firms. We know there is Amazon that is known globally. South Africa, we have Takealot, and some of the people that who are going to give you contacts for are able to help you to trade on Takealot. So Bansabaya connects to whilst they're seated in the comfort of their houses, discuss what will be your fees and where will things be warehoused and how do I know when I get paid. So those are the things that you will need to discuss. I think in summary, that's what those two presentations were about. And if we have any questions, the program director will help us to handle those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dlamini. And thank you for your attentiveness, even though we were facing these glitches, but Mr. Dlamini has rightly summarized, in essence, what was being presented. Maybe kungaba kusho nekokuthi in line with this topic, sinayo i-platform le-local, kuthiwa buy-eswatini.com. Just buy-eswatini.com, ungangena nakuyo, uyihlole, buy-eswatini.com, just one word. Ungangena nakhona uyihlole, and we are available to assist you with it. Yes. Having said that, then, ngiyacela siqhubekele to another sharing of experience as well, or more like a case study on export marketing. We have SWIFT, which is the Swaziland Fair Trade, a local business supporting organization that strives to create social and economic empowerment of African businesses. SWIFT provides training, capacity building, marketing, linkages for their members locally and regionally. SWIFT members are involved in handcraft, agriculture, food processing, and tourism. SWIFT is active in 7 countries regionally, and therefore connects enterprises across Southern Africa and plans for more expansion. So joining us today from SWIFT, may we please welcome Janine Ong, Operations Manager in the organization.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. I am Janine Bello from Swaziland Fair Trade. Sorry, I'm just waiting for my presentation. I'm the operations manager. SWIFT is known as Swaziland Fair Trade, but we are currently in the process of changing. Yes, there it is. We are changing our name to Fair and Square. This is because we are not just operational in Eswatini. We are also operational in 9 Southern African countries as well. So Fair and Square would encapsulate everyone who's our member in Southern Africa. Thank you. So as it has been explained, we do capacity building and training of SMEs, but our main focus has always been the rural women and men in the handcraft industry in Eswatini. As our mission states, we aim to sustainably overcome trade and fair trade advocacy, because we believe that Emaswati and Africans do have the skills within themselves to bring themselves out of poverty. Here we work with producers from all across Eswatini, featuring stunning handicraft, as you can see here, from our beautiful country. We work as a collective, supporting each other and sharing our knowledge to the other sectors. Sorry, we share our knowledge with others in the whole sector, other SMEs. Sorry about that. The key to the economic sector's improvement is to ensure the progression from one level to the next, generating increased revenues and incomes and jobs, and strengthening the reputation of Eswatini handcraft. These are some of the countries where we have members, 87 handmade enterprises in South Africa, Zambia, Botswana, Lesotho, Namibia, and so forth. I'll just continue. Yes, we do trainings. We assist our members in brand exposure by ensuring they attend trade fairs, markets, and festivals. Some of the festivals being Bushfire. In the past, if you have known Swift, we do have a table where we have all our members' products there because we believe that marketing your brand in these platforms that we have is very essential in creating a broader market. If, for example, I'll use Bushfire as an example where if you have people coming from all over the world to this festival or this trade event and they find these products, you're able to create a business relationship with them. This is where we come in as Swift, where we can create that access for you and allow you to have that opportunity. We also offer mentoring and coaching, and we've worked with Trade Forward Southern Africa with the hazard analysis and critical control points. This is a training for specifically the food and safety sector. Those of you who make value-added food, this would be very essential to learn. If you're a Swift member, you get that training basically for free. These are some of our trainings that we've had, and we believe in working with the government as well as municipality and health inspectors to ensure that we all have the same understanding of what is expected and what is the quality that is required to have a successful business, for example, for the food processing industry. We also believe that enterprises should earn while they're learning, because it's important to learn, but you must be also generating an income while you're learning how to grow your business. So what we have is buyer's missions, which we do in tandem with the USA Trade Hub. We have online buyer's missions where we connect buyers with traders in Southern Africa. We also have buyers tours where we actually have buyers come in from different countries and we take them to the different traders in Eswatini. Some of these are, you can see it's the marketplace. We take them physically there and we introduce them and they're able to export to countries. And they have seen an increase in their sales growth. They have seen an increase in the sales growth and they've recently won the best new exporter just last month, they export to the USA. Zogs was introduced by Swift to Home Goods buyer, which is in the USA. And during that conversation, within a few minutes, Zogs was able to make 140,000 emalangeni from a purchase of Home Goods. In 2021, they have received 2 orders of 240,000. And in 2022, their orders are up to 725,000. They were introduced to this buyer in 2020. In a matter of 2 years, they've come up to 725,000. So it is possible, ladies and gentlemen, it is possible to meet buyers in the international market and make your revenue because the market is there. Yes. Sorry about that. So this is a quote from Zogs. She has said, the owner, Zoe Fourie, if it wasn't for fair and square, we would never have even met this buyer and been able to deliver to such a high quality, which resulted in more orders. Home Goods is a massive company and the orders are very complicated with packing per distribution center, online invoicing, and packing lists. This is over and above the very high quantities required to fulfill an order of this size. Fair and Square helped us with the production, planning, quality assessment, logistics, and paperwork. So we don't just train you and leave you to continue. We're with you on the whole journey. If you need assistance with the logistics of sending your package out, as a business supporting organization, we're there to help. There are these organizations that are there to see Eswatini succeed and be able to export their goods everywhere around the world. Another success story is Pius & Sons. Pius & Sons has seen 103% sales growth since exporting. So they started exporting in 2017 in South Africa. Another success story is NLD Designs. They're a sewing collective that are now making enough profits to pay for school fees for vulnerable children in the area. So it's not just for their own pockets. They are helping the community that they come from. So exporting doesn't just assist you, it grows the entire country. One person exporting can help an entire community. We also have Golden Hands, who was recently recognized for their long time trading at the MTN Bushfire. Golden Hands had been trading at Bushfire for 10 years. Can you imagine how many people they have met over the 10 years that they can export to from different places around the world? We also have wonderful handcraft. They were displayed at the Maison et Objects in Paris, one of the world's most prestigious trade events in 2018. They were connected with a Spanish buyer from that event, and they got an order of 150 bowls. He makes the bowls himself. He's just like any trader at the marketplace. His bowls were shown at a display, and he was able to meet a buyer that he connects with for life. Swift likes to talk to their members about developing a market entry strategy. It's all good and well to want to export. You need to have a plan and a strategy to ensure that you're successful in your export endeavors. So we picked just 3 important points to look at. There are many, many more, but the most important is to research the demand of your products in the market you like to export to. You need to understand what is the demand in that country. I personally know that there's places like the UK where they want handicraft goods. They want emakebesha, they want the bracelets. This is something you have to research and find out for yourself. And once you have that knowledge, you need to understand the standards and regulations in those countries you wish to export to. You need to identify potential buyers and importers. The market is there, it's readily available for everyone to enter. You just have to grab that opportunity. So I'd like to close off by thanking Eswatini Investment Promotion Authority, the USA Trade Hub, and all key stakeholders and facilitators who've made this day possible. This was a much needed conversation and training on export readiness. We all needed to have this conversation. We all need to be aware of what we need to do to ensure that Eswatini is being shown out there into the world. To the people who are in businesses today, I say to you, do not fear the unknown. expand your brand, bring light to what amazing, unique skills, products, and services that Eswatini has to offer. Just start. Don't wait for anyone to hand you the key. You have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Janine. I hope you are inspired once again. I see a question. Would you please hold it or just note it so that we can do the last bit, which I think we'll run through in just 15 minutes, and then we can have about 10 minutes of a few questions. May I please again invite Babemnisi to help us with marketing channels and communications. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I think that we are now inspired from what we've heard in terms of sharing the experiences. I think you can see it's possible. From what Swift has said and also from what Umlangeni said, I think we can see that it's doable. You just need to start. You don't sit in the car because they will think you're on Facebook. Get out of the car, push the car, and then I will help you to push it. So let's do, I think marketing, export marketing. But then obviously I think in our brief, because the other speakers have already talked about it. I think when you're talking about bushfire, already we are now talking about how do you communicate your product to the potential buyers. And also we're going to look at how do you move, your product from Eswatini. Do you move it direct to the consumer? Are you going through distributors? Are you going through agents? Are you going through retailers? So we need to look at that as well. So Mr. Masilela, if you can just project that one. Are you inspired? You don't look inspired. You are challenged. He said, let's forget about problems. Let's just get into it. Someone will find you along and push you. So yeah, this is the slide that we're going to look into. Yeah, in terms of how you identify your customers, I think Umlangeni did a good job in terms of the e-platform, because that's where we're going. I think the other day you were saying that if you are not on social media, then you might as well as forget. So I think the platform they were presenting, so, but what I'm going to present is the traditional method in terms of how it can be done. So can we go to, I think it's the next one. Yes. As I was saying, how do you move your products? How do you ensure that they get to the customers or the consumers? So I think we have here the direct customers buy your product direct from you, or they buy indirect. They go through the distributors, through the agents, and as it is listed there. So I think the most obvious one that we use, it's distributors, because a distributor is based in South Africa. They understand the market and they are going to do the job on your behalf. So basically, you are going to give them your profile, give them samples, so that they can knock on the doors, retailers and all of that. They have an understanding. In fact, they have contacts of the sourcing manager for Pick and Pay or Edcon or whatever that you want to target. Or we can also look at import houses. I think at some point we used to have a trading house, yeah, as a country. Do you remember that one? A trading house that was buying handicraft from the locals, act as an agent, and then take it to, I think they were exporting to Germany, and then get the money, come back and pay. You remember that one? You don't remember our trading house? Hey, so it means it was way back. I'm a bit old. Yeah, we used to have that one. But you can also have it in the other countries. It's one of the things that we have also thought of, to say, why don't you have a trading house maybe in Taiwan, for instance, in the US, so that we can all send our products, to that trading house, and then we see how we find the buyers. Government coming in as well to subsidize, the cost. Or we can have governments, I think, on food security. The governments can just decide that they are going to buy. I think Umlangen did talk about it, that under the World Food Program, some schools, they just buy from them. So that's one of the examples. Or you go through wholesalers. Can you go to the next slide, Mr. Muslim? I think that one would give us, yes, yeah, this one. Because this is how the picture looks like. So you go straight to producer to the consumer. I would think Numbod operates that way, don't you think? They produce, they buy from the farmer, they transport to the pack house, they take it out to Johannesburg, fresh produce, isn't it? Okay, maybe they end up at the retailer, and then Johannesburg fresh produce will then, that's where the consumers will go and get the product. But if you look at the operations of shops like some of our retailers, you will see a big truck written ShopRite. They are buying from their farm, they produce, they bring it in straight to ShopRite, and then you buy. So you have those models in place. I think the numbered one goes as far as the retailers. They take it straight to the retailer. Mpumalanga, he mentioned, or Johannesburg, and then from there, you are able to then sell. Maybe at some point, government needs to consider assisting people to set up a Pick and Pay in South Africa. Why not? So that we can tell the sourcing person that you don't buy from anyone, you buy from us in the kingdom. They're doing that, your Pick and Pay, your ShopRite, your Spar. They're using that arrangement. So I hope you can see that we have this slide. You can go through the agent. Agents are also there, to act on your behalf, and then they sell to all of these guys, sell to the distributor, or sell direct to the retailers. Yeah, let's go to the next one. Yeah, so this is the one. So this is the definition, a firm that handles negotiations on your behalf. So you need to make sure that you find one. And I tell you, it looks very easy. They come to you when you go to exhibitions. It looks a bit easy. They come to you and tell you that I can represent you. So you need to sit down with them. Because some of them, so you need to go through this, make sure that they have a respectable business. Obviously, you have to ask around. Are they not representing your competitor? In some instances, they will. But then you need to see how you strike a balance in your contracts and all of that. Can they handle your needs? Experience in the product is very important. Go to the next one. We had a case of a product, honey. Hey, we had done a good job in terms of trying to market, that product. We went to the exhibition, and then these guys, they came along, they said, no, we want your honey, good. And then this guy prepared, I think the order was in the region of 300,000, send it to him. He was sending it to the convenience shops, in Taiwan. The whole thing went dead when it came to now payment. So meaning the contracts were not clear and all of that. So that's why I'm saying that you need to be sure that you have the right person. Uhlale naye phasi nikhulume umbuke. Ungathuswa ngilokuthi uqhamuka e-UK or where. Umbuke nje umcheck kahle. Then you will know that I'm dealing with the right person. I can entrust him with my products. Obviously, the APA of that country can help you. The Chamber of Commerce can help you in terms of screening, vetting, and then we've got the right person. So this is all the information that you need to go through. Maybe let's go to the next one, Mr. Maselena. Next slide. Yeah. This is what you need to do. Build the relationship with your agent. Let them share your stress. Make sure that you give them information about your product. They know the market very well. I remember when I was in Dubai and we were debating, because the traders had given me, their pricing. And some of them were saying that you must price the Dubai market using the American market. Some of the products were selling the chili sauces. And when you look at the price, you are like, it's ×5 what I'll pay when I'm buying from Eswatini. So I was saying to myself, my products. And I called the supplier and said, I think Melanie, you're one of them. Yeah, I called them and said, guys, let's try and change the price. It's too much. You are bringing in the EU prices, the USA prices into this market. And I'm looking at the people that are coming in to the pavilion to buy. They can't afford this. So then one of the lady that we had identified now, who was saying, I can act on your behalf. I can be your agent. I can be your distributor. She then said to me, no, don't worry. The reason why they are not buying is because the wrong people are coming in. Wait until December, until February. So that's why, Janine, you've got the nice story about Black Mamba. We wanted to change the price, bring it down from 30 dirhams to 20 dirhams. And she said no, because she understood the market. So she knew that the products will sell when the right people come in. So let's go to the next one. I think this is straightforward. Yes, so now we are talking about then how do you communicate your message? We have talked about how you move your products to the end user. So now how do you communicate your message? And these are the techniques that you can apply. I think sales literature refers to your brochure, basically. Your profile, which will include who you are, your pricing, the fact that we are SWASA certified, isn't it? The fact that you've got all the food and safety certificates. So all of that will be there. And then what you then do is you can send it direct email, simple and straightforward, to people that you've already established, maybe in trade exhibitions and all of that. I think the proposal by Babe Kumalo, he just saw an opportunity, and now you are saying he wants the register so that he can promote the bank. So the same applies. You go to a trade fair as a visitor, you can do that, or as an exhibitor. The first thing you look for is that directory. You look for the directory. In that directory, a lot of contacts, emails on food and beverages, on textile and all of that. You take that information and then you start sending them. Obviously, it may not be effective, but you do get some. Maybe 5% will respond, and then you take it from there. Again, some are going to say, give me samples. I don't know who was speaking yesterday saying that now we do, oh, it's Tammy, saying that now we do virtual B2B in Yakumbulamos. And then after that, then the buyer will say, ship 5 of your samples. That's what we did for a show that is coming now in June with Smiling Through. We said, just give us a sample of your gems. We want to test this. Let's see. So you give them the samples free of charge at your cost as a producer. Because what are you trying to say? You want them to understand, you're communicating the message. You are now saying, can you try the product? And they are going to give you feedback. That's what we did, Janine, in Dubai. When everything was not working, we said, no, now let's open the bottles. They are not buying. Let them test the product. And they came flocking to our pavilion, coming back. We want your chili sauces, we want your jams and all of that. So I'm saying the trader allowed us to do that. And we said, you know what, we need to convince these people. They need to understand the product. So give us, I think we opened up to 30 bottles and it worked. The sales were going up. So I think where we come in as APA is the trade fairs and exhibitions. In fact, any outward mission, I think Janine spoke about inward. We do the inwards as well, where we bring in the buyers. We have done it also in collaboration with the Trade Hub. But outward trade missions is what we also do. As I'm saying now, we have an event coming up in Taiwan, food and beverages, and others that we're going to promote. We had one in April, where again, we are encouraging, our locals to participate. I think, again, it depends on the nature. Right now, where we're going is to cut down on cost. And the approach that Tammy was talking about, virtual first, B2B, let's talk. Let's see that we understand each other, and then other things follow. Because obviously, you definitely need to meet. You can't be selling to someone you've never seen. I don't think that will be right. Obviously, you need to meet and then have a cup of coffee, discuss about the product. You also see how they are displaying it and all of that. So that's what you need to do. And it comes from the trade fairs that we undertake. I said we also do outward trade missions that are targeted. So we can organize a mission outside of a trade fair, go to Mozambique, for instance, bring in buyers for pork, for beef. Guys, let's talk. This is our beef. Where do you buy yours? Can we supply you? What are the requirements? All of that. So I think we do that. There has been a message that also the embassies can also assist. Yeah, we do work with them sometimes. Like in Taiwan, we will be here and the embassy will be there, manning the pavilion. We give them the information to say, This is what the trader is doing. So this is how you should promote, the product. And then I think mass media, we all know that the most expensive one, you advertise in the Times of Eswatini, you pay 20,000. It gives you good mileage, half a page, isn't it? The whole country knows about you, or you take the Star or the Sunday Times, you put half a page, you spend 200,000. They get to know about you. It's expensive though. Perhaps what Umlangan was talking about is much cheaper and all of that. So that's just my presentation, ladies and gentlemen. I think it was enough just to provoke you. But as I said, the e-commerce, online marketing by eswatini.com, take that route. Social media, take that route, and it's going to be cheaper for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Babe Mnisi. Shall we then take 2 questions from you, Babe, and someone else who might have a question? Kindly assist us from Babe Makongo's table. Here it is hand raised. Sengbek sanga Babe Makongo yaxolisa baba.
Siyabonga, madam. My question will go to Sis Jane. What's Sis Jane? Janine.
Janine, yes.
Don't know whether the expression vernacular noma ngoba ubukakala ngathi wasengilandi no.
Uyakuva.
Uyangiva. Okay. That is sister lapha mina. Actually, I'm lost. I cannot grasp the essence and the objective behind the existence of your entity. Are you a philanthropic organization, or maybe you extract royalties from every sales of the trader's commodity? Thank you very much.
Sanibonani. Nami ngicela ukubuta kuSisi Jane ukuthi ngive ngazuthi uthi ni offer i-free training kula ma-groups, so nangabe i-free sin-hook up kanjani thina nabe ngifuna ukutrainela abantu bami noma uyosithena nje si-organization lemakhaya?
Ngiyabonga baba, ngiyasiva Swati. Ngikhetha lokukhuluma ngesingisi ngoba ngcono ngakulesingisi. To answer the first question, while our objective is to do capacity building and training and build enterprises in Eswatini, we do have shops. In our shops is our members' products. That's where we then we take a percentage, but nakhona akufani nekuthi uyofaka eWoolies angibekise nje, not to say ngafaka eWoolies, but I can say we are non-profit, if I can say that, non-profit in a sense that we use donors like USA Trade Hub, like Trade Forward Southern Africa, to facilitate our programs of training. So ngitobekisa nje training ye food and safety HACCP that has been ongoing. Lapho we work with TFSA and Black Mamba. When I think inalana kutongena kule question lebutweng baba, mangti free, ngisho ukuthi those type of trainings you would have to pay for from TFSA or another entity if you wanted to be trained on food and safety. But when you are a member of SWIFT, becoming a member is a process like any organization. You apply, there's a member fee for that year. So when I said training in hyphenation, I meant, when I said free training, I meant when you are a member of SWIFT, you have the opportunity to go into these trainings without paying an extra fee, because utokhanza ukuthi akhona lama training, i-training nje semangabekisa maybe a hasap, utokhanza ukuthi letinye tindzawo they offer it for maybe a good 5,000, 10,000 up. But when you're a SWIFT member, you are part of our organization. And this year, you make food, when the peanut butter, when the jam, then you automatically become a person who can participate in this training. I don't know if Ninsitiling and Benvul. Thank you.
Ngicela ku Baba Mnisi, you mentioned Gutsi, you have an exhibition happening at Taiwan. Food and bev. Artwork goes with anything. Yes. Okay. Okay. I think probably not knowing what's it, that information, whether it's through radio or through MAPEP and Canada, maybe we've missed it. Is it possible to belong to a database here, and so that if there is such opportunities, if I can get that link, then we are good. Yeah, okay.
I hope we are all okay now. Yes, thank you. At this time, we would like to encourage you to do your own assessment, almost said own self-assessment, but you're encouraged to do your self-assessment. We have the checklist, Eswatini export readiness checklist on invest.eswatini.org.sz. Invest Eswatini, it's all small letters. Invest Eswatini.org.sz. You're encouraged to do that assessment. And for those whose emails were captured correctly, that is, whose handwritings were clear enough for us to capture the emails correctly, you have received a link for an evaluation form for this training. We would like to request that you quickly go into that link from your email. It's just a 5-minute evaluation, the less than 5 minutes evaluation, yes, no, how was the course, and it will help us to improve it for the next trainees, because we are now graduates. So yes, we would really appreciate, yes. It couldn't submit. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. I hope most of us have shared their WhatsApp contacts, because that's an alternative we will use to send you the link on your WhatsApp number, so that you just quickly click on the link and it will then go through. We apologize for that. We will sort it out. Yes. Okay, would you kindly go through the checklist on the investeswatini.org.sz, the landing page, you just scroll down, you will see Eswatini export readiness checklist. You will select that and quickly do that assessment. We'll give you just 5-10 minutes to go through it.
So you can do this on your phone. If you've got Wi-Fi, you're using the Wi-Fi here, just go to our website. I did it yesterday, I tested it, 5 minutes. 55 questions, don't worry, but 5 minutes will be done. Yes, no, then you are sorted. So when you get to the landing page for APA, just scroll down and look for Eswatini export readiness checklist and click. Then you will find it. It's going to prompt you to, I think, put in your emails, your details. Now Nenginga we indicate, and I think Martin and Nombuso can come and help you. But just scroll down and see where there is something on Sarak, our coat of arms, and then on top it's written Eswatini export readiness checklist. Click on that, and then you will be set.
I could just be. This is why I write a song that sings your praise. I'm gonna lift my hands and say, thank you, love, for the joy you gave to me. Oh, this is love, 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 love. Kind of love that's more than enough. This is love, 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 love. I never knew. Side by side, loving you, you loving me, yeah. Oh, I'm not afraid of what may be. Greater is He that lives in me. They may say that I am a fool for you. Oh, this is love, 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 love. Kind of love that's more than enough. This is love, 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 love. I never had before. There's no one else but you. I have searched my whole life through. Yes, I did. Where are you, Lord? There you are. You never far from me. Oh, yeah. Play some guitar for me.